Part one of the hearing on the Committee on Agriculture to review USDA organization and program administration will come to order. I've asked Randy Nagelbauer to open us with a quick prayer. Randy?
Father, we just come to you to praise you and thank you for the privilege that you've given us to live in this great country. Father, help us to be good stewards of this country. You have blessed it in the past, and we pray that you continue to bless it in the future. Father, just pray now that you would be with us as we have these discussions about how to make a better life for all of our country, and in many cases, things that impact the world. We ask all these things in the precious name of your Son, Jesus. Amen.
Thank you, Randy. The committee will come to order. I appreciate our first panel of witnesses being here this morning. Since the committee organized in early January 21st of the year, we've had 24 meetings. We've keeping the commitment to hold a top-to-bottom review of a full range of issues and policies within our jurisdiction. We've held 3 executive briefings on trade, conducted 33 hearings, and stemming from what we've learned in those hearings, we've had 8 business meetings with the purpose of advancing legislation. I'm very pleased with the committee and the full House have successfully discharged all of the legislation that required action, including addressing every program in our jurisdiction with an expired authorization. I'm very proud of the work that each member of the committee has done to make this happen. I'm particularly pleased that we work together in such a strong bipartisan manner. Today and tomorrow we'll have before us most of the undersecretaries of the Department of Agriculture. Each of these witnesses are responsible for an important mission within USDA, and accompanying our witnesses are administrators who actually do the hard work. The deputies get all the credit. Managing these agencies and programs within the larger mission areas. These folks make up a network of nearly 100,000 USDA employees who carry out the laws of that this committee works to enact. We welcome each of you here today. I know that preparing for these hearings was time-consuming for our witnesses who already have plenty on their plate. So we're pleased that you would commit time and effort to bring your knowledge with us to help with us, and your efforts and attendance will not go unnoticed. We appreciate the work you do. The primary purpose behind these hearings is to connect the members of the committee with the full bench at USDA. As our witnesses are aware, each member of this committee serves on a number of subcommittees that cover issues of special interest to the member. These interests, of course, line up with the mission areas and agencies administered by our witnesses. In short, this is a good opportunity for constructive dialogue between the members of the committee and the department. It's an opportunity for our members to gain an even stronger understanding of the policies and issues they focus on by getting under the hood, so to speak, to see how this smooth running machine operates. It's also an opportunity for our witnesses to gain a better understanding of our responsibilities and the issues and policies that we care about. In a sense, it's about team building. Whatever our political stripes may be, we have shared responsibilities. And insofar as possible, we ought to carry out these responsibilities cooperatively and amicably. I think this goal is achieved more effectively when the members of each team know each other and respect each other. So while our work is always ongoing, I hope these 2 days together will allow us to learn how we might work together more closely and more cooperatively for the good of the order. And with that, I recognize my good friend, the ranking member, for any remarks he might have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank the witnesses for being here. USDA's work covers a lot of ground, and given the size and scope of the department, it's good that we understand the full picture of the work being done in the various mission areas. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses over the next 2 days. The 2014 Farm Bill created some new programs for the department to implement and administer, and I'll be interested in the status update on this process. I'm also hoping our witnesses can provide some guidance on the impact the budget sequester will have on farm program payments and what is being done to address other challenges in agriculture, such as the threat of the recurrence of avian flu and the devastation caused by this summer's wildfires. So we have a lot of testimony, so let's get to it. And thank you again, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thanks, Colin. The chair would request that other members submit their opening statements for the record so our witnesses may begin their testimony to ensure there's ample time for questions. The chair would like to remind members that they will be recognized for questioning in order of seniority for the members who were here at the start of today's hearing. After that, members will be recognized in order of arrival. I appreciate everyone's understanding. The witnesses are reminded to limit their oral presentations to 5 minutes. All written statements will be included in the record. Over the course of today's hearing, the following testimony of these witnesses, everyone at the table, following the testimony of the Undersecretary, the other administrators will be here to answer questions. And with that, I'd like to welcome our first panel. We have Ms. Alexis Taylor, Deputy Undersecretary, Farm and Foreign Agriculture Services, USDA. Ms. Taylor is accompanied by Val Dolcini, Administrator of the Farm Service Agency, Phil Karsting, the Administrator of the Foreign Agricultural Service, and Mr. Brandon Willis, Administrator, Risk Management Agency. So, gentlemen, ladies, thank you for being here. Ms. Taylor, you may begin. It's your pleasure.
Chairman Conaway, Ranking Member Peterson, and members of the committee, I am pleased to be here today to provide information on the programs and accomplishments of the Farm and Foreign Agricultural Services at the U.S. Department of Agriculture. First, let me extend Undersecretary Scuse's apologies for not being able to join you here today and our appreciation for allowing me to testify in his place. Having started my career over a decade ago working for a subcommittee chairman in this very committee, all I can say is it feels good to come home. FFAS helps keep American farmers and ranchers in business as they face uncertainties from weather and markets. We deliver commodity, credit, conservation, disaster, emergency, and export assistance programs that improve the stability and strength of the rural economy. Accompanying me today, as the chairman said, is Administrator Val Dolcini of the Farm Service Agency, Administrator Brandon Willis of the Risk Management Agency, and Administrator Phil Karsting of the Foreign Agricultural Service. Mr. Chairman, over the past 2 years, much of our work has been focused on implementing the 2014 Farm Bill, work we are truly proud of at the Department. The Farm Bill introduced 2 new farm safety net programs for program crop producers through FSA. The Agricultural Risk Coverage Program, or ARC, and the Price Loss Coverage Program, or PLC. As a result of our aggressive producer outreach efforts, over 1.7 million producers elected to participate in these new programs. FSA implemented the new Margin Protection Program for dairy last fall, and over 23,000 producers, over half of all the U.S. dairy operations, enrolled for calendar year 2015 coverage. FSA provides a broad range of additional services for American agriculture, from disaster assistance to marketing assistance loans to conservation programs. FSA also invests in opportunities in rural communities, providing a variety of loan programs to farm families who are temporarily unable to obtain the credit they need. RMA has also been very successful in implementing the Farm Bill's crop insurance provisions. RMA released the actual production history yield exclusion option for 11 crops for the 2015 crop year, and an expansion has already been announced for the 2016 crop year. APH yield exclusion as well as the supplemental coverage option are now available for all major crops and many fruits and nuts. In addition, the stacked income protection for producers of upland cotton, or stacks, is available for over 99% of cotton acreage. The beginning farmers and ranchers incentives at RMA authorized in the Farm Bill have already been utilized by over 13,500 beginning farmers and ranchers, saving them over $13.5 million in premiums and administrative fees. In addition, the Farm Bill instructed RMA to develop a whole farm revenue protection plan, which was available for the 2015 insurance year. And it will be available for all counties in the U.S. for the 2016 insurance year. This is a first for the crop insurance program. The efforts of the FAS, combined with our market promotion programs and in collaboration with the agricultural community, has contributed to the strongest 6 years in history for U.S. agricultural exports. For many American products, foreign markets represent more than half of total sales. These U.S. agricultural products support about 1 million jobs here at home. Over numerous farm bills, Congress has refined our agricultural market development programs, the largest of which is the Market Access Program, which benefits a diverse range of U.S. commodities. Also, the Market Development Program, like MAP, involves work with our agricultural cooperator partners. These programs are found to be highly effective. An independent study found that they provide $35 in economic benefits for every $1 spent by the government or industry. FAS leads USDA's efforts to help developing countries increase food security, improve their agricultural systems, and build their trade capacity. For example, the McGovern-Dole program provides support to child nutrition projects. We are quite proud that since the program was established in 2002, it has benefited more than 30 million children in 38 countries. FAS trade negotiators are advocating on behalf of U.S. agriculture and the Trans-Pacific Partnership, or TPP, and the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership, or TTIP. FAS experts are a key part of our negotiating team. TPP and TTIP are opportunities not only to address market access commitments, but also non-tariff barriers that impede our agricultural exports. Once these agreements are in place, the United States will enjoy improved market access and increased competitiveness to 2/3 of the global economy. I am proud to have the opportunity to work with such outstanding individuals in the FFAS mission area every day. Individuals who I have seen work tirelessly over the past 2 years for the betterment of farmers, ranchers, and rural communities. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today, and we look forward to any questions you may have.
Ms. Taylor, thank you for your opening remarks, and gentlemen, thank you for being here. Let me start with Mr. Willis. Brandon, can you talk to us a little bit about our congressional intent when we set up the enterprise unit system that had irrigated versus non-irrigated? Our intent was to allow farmers to mix and match on this. I think the RMA has taken a little stricter definition. Is there an opportunity to have RMA reevaluate this idea about forcing all irrigated into one unit, all non-irrigated into another, and not allowing producers to come a lot closer to what we, at least in our minds, thought we were setting up for them to do?
Certainly. Appreciate the question, Chairman. The Farm Bill provided a significant amount of new options for farmers in the crop insurance title, new programs, and overwhelmingly farmers have reacted positively to those. In the section you're talking about, separation of enterprise unit by practice, the final rule has not been, we have not issued a final rule yet. We issued the interim rule a little over a year ago. Where we struggle with that is we don't see where the authority is to provide anything more than the separation of coverage by irrigated or non-irrigated, and we've looked at the report language as well. So I guess a short way of saying is we struggle to see where the authority comes from to go beyond where we are right now. Having said that, the final rule has not been issued yet either.
Well, thanks, Brad. I hope we would be able to continue discussions because we have a little different interpretation of that as well. Ms. Taylor, you mentioned the current negotiations going on with TTIP and TPP. We're also a little concerned with the Nairobi round of Doha. As an example, we think agriculture is a big piece of that, and from Randy and I's perspective, the cotton guys have got given it the office, so to speak. When you look at what happened to them with particularly the 14 Farm Bill, you mentioned Stacks and others. Can you talk to us a little bit about what you think the instructions will be from y'all's perspective to the trade negotiators with respect to the Nairobi talks?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that question. USDA has been in active conversations with our office in Geneva. FAS has employees at the mission there, and we've been very active in the conversations with Ambassador Punk, who heads the mission in Geneva, and Ambassador Vetter, who heads the ag office here. U.S. agriculture has really benefited from the WTO system, having a rules-based international trading system. It's open markets, and it's really helped contribute to last year being one of the a record year of agricultural exports of $150 billion. We have a strong interest in concluding the Doha development round in Nairobi. However, we're not interested in unilaterally making concessions, particularly on the side of domestic support, where a growing problem internationally are really some of the increased support from emerging economies. We continue to have conversations and we will in the weeks and months to come. And we'll certainly keep the committee apprised. I think it's a little too early to know exactly how this will all come about in December. However, I do think it's important to highlight that the WTO hasn't been our only option, and that's why we've aggressively pursued the agreements like the Trans-Pacific Partnership that really have give our agricultural producers a lot of new market opportunities around the world.
All right. Well, thank you, and obviously that's front of a lot of our producers' mind as they watch those talks unfold. Val, can you talk to us a little bit about the interpretation on the AGI with respect to pass-through entities and the impact that not allowing a 179 deduction to reduce the income there in terms of a separate application of the payment limit rule? Can you visit with us about how the impact of that? And we're seeing it in a disproportionate impact to what we intended to have. Can you walk us through that a little bit?
I appreciate the opportunity. Appreciate the opportunity to answer that question, Mr. Chairman. We are taking it on a case-by-case basis. We've seen it come up in the Midwest in some cases. Most recently, I was made aware of a case in Iowa. We're making sure that our experts here in Washington are in good communication with the state office specialists. We haven't seen it in huge numbers, frankly, but we're ready for it. The AGI definition hasn't changed since 2002, but what we're seeing, I think, in the field is with good farm income over the last several years in some cases, and a couple of years of payments, folks are taking advantage of the depreciation allowance a little bit more frequently than they had in the past. And so we're working with CPAs, with tax attorneys, and with other financial professionals that are working with our producers to make sure that they understand exactly what it is we're doing, and to the degree that we can offer greater clarification around that, we're happy to do that.
The specific about the pass-through entity, typically the 179 deduction does not reduce its individual income because those attributes pass through separately. So if you don't have, let's say, example, $500,000 worth of immediate write-off under 179, that's could have a pretty dramatic impact at the income level at the entity itself. And so having you say that you're willing to look at the intended result was that the income would be actually income. AGI is after all those deductions are out if you're an individual. So the danger you've got is you're talking to two CPAs up here, so but we just want to make sure that those pass-through entities get a fair treatment with respect to all the deductions. They don't somehow have an artificial restriction on the payment limits because their income appears to be bloated at the entity level.
We're certainly keeping an open door, Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
in our state offices and here in Washington.
All right, thank you. Now you yield back. Are you now yield to the gentleman from Minnesota?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dolcini, which FSA and RMA mandatory funded programs will be impacted by sequestration, and how soon will we know what level of cuts producers will be facing? Or maybe Mr. Willis?
Sure, I'll take the first crack at that. All of the programs that we administer, with the exception of CRP and the market loan gain programs and the LDPs, will be affected by sequestration. We don't feel, obviously, that sequestration is a very good policy, and it doesn't offer much certainty to the producers that we work with all over the country. And we're working on a solution that we think will be an equitable one, and hopefully we'll be able to resolve that in the next few days, Mr. Peterson. But that's the universe of programs that will be covered, all but those three that I mentioned.
The crop insurance program that producers deal with every day is not impacted by sequestration. Other minor programs would be, but what producers are used to as far as crop insurance would not be.
Mr. Willis, how do you decide whether to use RMA data as opposed to NAS data in the implementation of Title I programs? As you may know, we recently had a situation in my district where there was a concern about the NAS county data being used for the ARC PLC program.
Sir, I'll take that question as it relates to ARC and PLC. We use a cascading level of yield. So we start with NAS county data. If that's not available, we turn to RMA county data. If that's not available, we go to NAS district data. And finally, if that's not available, we use data that the state committee develops. We feel like the methodology used in the NAS county data is pretty solid. We've looked at it around the country, and we found that it's accurate by and large, and where it's not available, we turn to the next best data. But that's the methodology that we use for the ARC County program.
And when there's problems, there's no way to fix this or to?
At this point, I don't believe that there is, sir. We feel like the methodology that we're using is pretty sound, and this is in some ways the nature of a county-based program. In this case, that there may be some disparities in payments from one county to another. Could be weather-related, could be related to other things, but we found that in most cases, the NAS County data that we're using is pretty good.
I understand that USDA has just announced that we're going to allow milk handlers to deduct premium payments from their milk checks for margin protection program. And I'm very glad to hear that. I've been advocating that from the start. But what coordination have you had with the cooperatives or other handlers to alert them to this change? And given this, that the sign-up deadline is in 2 weeks, do you think that that's enough time for them to incorporate that into their system, especially for the larger cooperatives?
In most cases, the 2015 premium payments have been made, so the change that we've envisioned here, and we've worked a lot with cooperatives here in town and elsewhere, will be effective for the 2016 program year, and the result of that will be that 100% of the premium will be due on September 1 of next year, as opposed to this year where we had 25% due on February 1st and the balance due on later in the summer. So we think that this is a better option. We appreciate your support for it, and we think that it will make the program work a little bit more effectively in terms of getting premium payments made through the cooperatives.
These cooperatives are going to be on board then and be able to do this?
That's my understanding, sir.
The current sign-up program is September 30th, and I understand that at this point only 30% of the producers have signed up, that signed up last year have signed up again. Is that true?
The numbers are still quite fluid, and of course in the last couple weeks of any sign-up that we do, we see greater participation in the final weeks. We anticipate that that will be the case in this instance as well. We're going to plan on doing another mass mailing. We've sent out a big postcard to generate sign-up for the first go-around of MPP, and we'll do that again. We're also continuing to do local outreach in your home state and other places around the country, and when I traveled in New England, we talked a lot about this as well. So we're hopeful that we can get as much interest in the program for the 2016 year as we had in 2015.
So are you, if we only end up with 30%, are you going to extend the deadline to try to?
Well, we'll look at that, sir, as we get a little bit closer to the deadline. We're always mindful of the fact that producers are busy with other things, and there are lots of folks in the midst of harvest right now, and so we want to make sure that we're offering everyone the opportunity to get into the offices and sign up.
They're going to be aware of the fact that they can have a month-to-month
they certainly will.
Premium outside of their check, or taken out of their check.
We're going to make every effort to make sure that everybody knows about that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Olsini, just to clarify, did you give Mr. Peterson a percentage that the sequester cuts might be for this coming year? Have y'all figured the percentage yet?
We have not figured out the precise percentage, sir. For this year, it's 7.3%. For the fiscal year to come, it's 6.8%.
Okay. 6.8. Thank you. Mr. Stockenberg, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dolcini, during the spring and the summer, we received a number of complaints from producers that were trying to get their financing through FSA, and in many cases they were telling them that it would take months in some cases to process some of those applications, and that began to cause a problem for a number of those producers because they have got planting deadlines. And so the producers are worrying about planting deadlines and then worrying about financing. I was just wondering what do you see current conditions, and then more importantly, with these commodity prices in some of the areas are low, the farm income in some commodities doesn't look all that favorable, and so then I get to thinking about next spring, are we going to have the people in place to give a more timely help for some of these producers to get their financing?
Mr. Neugebauer, that's an excellent question, and it's one that we spend a lot of time thinking about and working on at the Farm Service Agency, both here and in your home state of Texas, and frankly every other place where we have FLP teams around the nation. To address the issues that you raised earlier with me this year in Texas and other parts of the country, we sent jump teams in from other states that had a little more time on their hands, to the degree that folks do have time on their hands, and sent them into Texas in 2- and 4-week details. We were able to address a lot of the backlog issues down there in Texas, and we were able to do that in Alabama as well. In the year to come, though, I think that we're going to have to continue to employ creative approaches to our workload issues like that. We've also brought on a number of new farm loan officer trainees around the country, and we're bringing them up to speed as quickly as we can so that they're able to jump in and help out wherever they're needed as well. We've had record years, as you probably know, on the farm loan program side at FSA over the last several years. In fact, in FY15, we've made nearly 27,000 direct loans and 8,400 guaranteed loans for a total portfolio of about $5.2 billion, rather. That breaks the record last year, and we're likely to see, continued interest in our programs in FY16 as well. It's one thing, of course, to make those loans, and it's another to service those loans. And servicing takes longer. It takes a greater degree of expertise, and so one of the things that I'm going to be focused on in FY16 is ensuring that our folks in the field today have the appropriate training and background to service those loans appropriately, and to the degree that I need to reallocate resources and bring people in from different states to focus on servicing issues in the Midwest or the Southeast or Far West, I'm going to do that as well.
Yeah, I think it'd be helpful, if you anticipate those areas where you think are going to have the higher participation rate and get in there early for some of those folks as well. Something that you and I have discussed before is this payment limit issue, where we have producers that have, cotton in the loan program and their payment limits, and not knowing necessarily exactly where they are. I think you said y'all were working on that, was I think the comment that you made last time. How's the work going?
The work is going pretty well. I can't tell you today that I have a permanent solution, but we have worked closely with the Cotton Council to make sure that they have real-time information about pricing issues, so that folks don't get caught in a bind and their members don't get surprised by a piece of financial news that comes out. We will hopefully have a permanent solution, sir, this fall, and I'd be happy to come back up and visit with you personally about what we're doing there.
Now, I know that you're currently, I think, going to be issuing the ARC and PLC payments, but as I understand it, you may be holding up the final distribution of some of those checks until you have done some of the work on determining whether people are in compliance with the limits, or how?
With regard to that specific question, sir, I'm going to have to get back to you with a better and more definitive answer on that. I don't know that we've discussed that at this point, but it could be emanating from the staff level at the agency.
Well, it's my understanding, just so to be clear, is that y'all are in the process of determining whether they are in compliance with the loan limits.
That's true.
Before you issue the checks. And I think the question is are you going to be able to do that on a timely basis so that those checks can go out on a...
Yes, that's our intent, sir.
Okay. Real quick question, the generic acres, and we've had, in my district, we've had some folks converting from one commodity to another, and in some of those commodities there's not a lot of history on that, and I think there's been some concern making differentiation between dry land and irrigated, and what are you, Sue, doing to make sure we have good numbers?
I think we've had some good conversations in the last couple of days at the staff level here. I know Mr. Abraham raised this question with me as well when I was last here, and I think we've come up with a proposed solution for the 2014 and 15 crop years, where producers on any farm may agree to allocate their generic base according to the contractual agreement that exists, which is, I think, a better way to approach it. For future years, we would likely want those producers to reconstitute their farms according to established policy, but in the near term, we see the need for some relief, and we're happy to provide that.
Gentleman's time expired. Thank you all. Mr. Ashford for 5 minutes. Thank you. Mr. McGovern, excuse me, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. This is to Administrator Carsting. I'm a big fan of the McGovern-Dole program, which has been in operation now for slightly over a decade. And I remember when it first began. It just seems like yesterday. But the program has come a long way, and one of the things that I've been really impressed with USDA about is its ability to kind of adapt and adjust and to constantly make the necessary changes to the program so that it is the most effective that it could possibly be. And I just would be curious if you could describe what you think are the most important lessons that have been learned in implementing the program, and what are you most proud of?
Well, first of all, I'm a big fan of the program too. And what makes me proud is when I go to places like Laos, as I did a few months ago, and I see kids whose teeth and skin and hair is better because they have the benefit of American nutrition support through their school nutrition programs. And they go to school ready to learn. And that is a huge thing, especially in some really poor countries. As you know, we focus in areas where childhood stunting is very much a problem. Part of the success of McGovern-Dole, I think, is a relationship that we've cultivated with our cooperating organizations, the nonprofits that we work with. They go in consultation with our people at Post. We've got some really talented attachés all over the world, and make sort of an individual regionalized assessment so they know what's going to work in one region, because what works in one region isn't necessarily going to work in another. The next evolution that we're trying to do, I think, in McGovern-Dole focuses on some authority that this committee was kind enough to give us in the last Farm Bill, and that relates to local and regional procurement. And when we find places where the addition of a locally procured item to the mix might increase kids' ability or increase their nutrition, increase adoption or making permanent school nutrition programs, and begin to sow the seeds of a value chain in country. I think that's a really exciting thing to do. And if I could, just one more thing, we also have done some work on micronutrients, and that has had some measurable effects, not just in the nutrition that kids get, but in their cognitive abilities when they get to school.
Well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the innovation as well as the willingness to make the necessary adjustments to make the program as effective as it possibly can be. But I just want to say that one of the things that has been very helpful has been and this is with regard to Feed the Future, which falls under USAID, but they've had I think a very proactive approach to trying to remind members kind of what Feed the Future is all about and how it's evolving and all the things that it's accomplished. I'd like to suggest that it would be great to see a similar effort on McGovern-Dole. I think members would be very proud of this program. I'm not sure how many people are really aware of all that it does, but I think if they did, I think the support would be even greater if they knew about the program and how the combination of U.S. commodities and purchased commodities, technical assistance, and cash grants combine to feed and educate millions of some of the most vulnerable kids in the world, including a lot of girls who otherwise would never go to school if it wasn't for this program. I think it's one of the great success stories in our foreign aid programs, especially with regard to food assistance, and I think we ought to do more of it. I visited a McGovern-Dole program in the initial when it was initially happened in a displaced persons community in Colombia, and a young mother came up to me and the ambassador and thanked us very much for this program because her son, who was 11 years old, every day was trying to be recruited by one of the armed actors, and in exchange they promised the mother they'd feed the kid. And now with this program, the mother was able to put her son in school, and so. But I think we need to figure out a way to make more people aware of it because I think that would translate to more support.
I appreciate that. We'll take note of that. I would also invite any members, if you travel internationally, if you have a moment, our staff overseas would love to show you some of those programs, whether it's in Mozambique or Cambodia or Laos or wherever we have them.
Right, and that's part of the kind of proactive stance I'm looking for, so that members go on Codels, that they know enough to know that there are these programs, these school feeding programs for them to see, because I think they'd be very impressed. But thank you for all the great work that you're doing.
The gentleman goes back. Mr. Austin Scott for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dolcini, the USDA arbitrarily dropped the posted price for peanuts by $170 a ton on August the 18th. This pushed the price below the loan rate. That's a big deal to farm families. It's no additional support to the producer. It counts against payment limits as a marketing loan gain. And it seems that there was no real economic justification for this dramatic reduction. And I've seen a review from the University of Georgia's National Center for Peanut Competitiveness. They see no evidence that the reason for the drop justifies the amount of the drop. And I'd just like a commitment that you would, if you will, review what was done there, review the report from the National Center for Peanut Competitiveness, and that we take into consideration that this is that's a substantial drop, and it has a substantial impact on farm families. And I think that if you read the release from the agency, it was simply to move peanuts out of storage, and shellers aren't going to shell peanuts just for the sake of shelling peanuts when they've got to pay cold storage versus the regular storage. And so, have you got any comments on that, if you would? Just kind of a general questions. Maybe what happened there?
I don't have a specific response for you, Congressman Scott, but I'd be happy to review that report by the National Center, and I'd also be happy to come up and meet with you and your staff here, along with the folks from the Economic Research Division at the agency that work on peanut issues quite closely, and perhaps there can be a broader explanation of what the agency was doing.
Well, I very much appreciate that, and we will work around your schedule, work to accommodate you in any way we can, and we'll get that report to you as soon as possible.
Appreciate that, sir.
And Mr. Willis, just kind of a general comment. I know that the cotton industry and cotton producers have been meeting with you about a couple of different issues with regard to stacks. They're very complimentary of you and the relationship that they have with you. I want to thank you for that and for working with them. What kind of timeline do you expect that we will be operating under with notification of any changes for the next year?
I'd like to also express my appreciation to the cotton producers. Throughout this farm bill, we've had a significant amount of conversations with these groups simply because the changes in the farm bill were pretty dramatic. There was a lot of changes that we need to have. Some of these programs, area-wide programs, are new to producers, sometimes new to the Risk Management Agency. So throughout it, we talked to them and tried to take their input and take it to heart. There have been a few other issues. We've been talking with them lately, and I would anticipate very soon we'll have any decisions made for the next year. Some of the requests they had, I think, were very reasonable, and we're trying to work with them to make that happen. The reality is we want the safety net to work for the producers it's intended to work for, and if they have reasonable ideas, we're willing to take them under consideration. That's one reason we implemented many of our programs in the Farm Bill using kind of a pilot authority. That gives us the ability, if something doesn't work out perfect the first time, to make a few changes so that the next year it works better for the producers.
Well, thank you for that. You said soon. Is that 30 days, 60 days?
I don't know exactly which changes you're referencing, but I know we've had conversations on allowing them to purchase stacks on certain practices and a lower percent on other practices. That issue there, in fact, I think we've already resolved it, and I think they're pleased with the result. Without knowing exactly any other issues, I don't know the timing, but I think we would know very soon.
I've got about 30 seconds left, so we'll get you the list,
okay.
And I certainly appreciate you working hand in hand with the industry, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield the remaining 29 seconds.
Gentleman yields back, and the chair will take full notice of the time yielded back. Ms. Plaskett, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member. Thank you, panelists, for your time and your tireless work on behalf of farmers. I have a question for Secretary Taylor. This is related to drought. This past year, the Virgin Islands was hit by a severe drought with rain levels very well below average since last October. And we had, as a result of that, we had innumerable livestock fatalities due to a lack of grazing and feed. I was encouraged that USDA was able to provide assistance, and an official drought disaster declaration was made for the island of St. Croix, although it didn't happen for the islands of St. Thomas and St. John. And I understand that was due to the acreage and amount of farmers that were on those islands. And we're pleased that help is on the way, although, of course, our farmers would like a little more assistance than just loans at this time. One of the problems that we had in this process was that the Virgin Islands is not included in the U.S. Drought Monitor and does not have a Drought Monitor classification, which is part of your program's eligibility requirements before disaster is declared. It took a great deal of special arrangements on the behalf of our office and my staff to make that happen. And I want to know how this process is supposed to work and how can it be done more smoothly, and why the Virgin Islands might have been kept off, and what can we do to ensure that this is rectified in the future.
Thank you, Congresswoman. I appreciate that question. I'll actually turn over to Administrator Dalcini, who has worked really closely on this issue, so he could elaborate.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely, Congresswoman, and it's been a pleasure to work with your staff on this issue here. As you're aware, the drought monitor does not cover the Virgin Islands, and so we were lacking a comparative rainfall analysis which allows us to make determinations about counties or regions that are eligible for, in this case, the livestock forage program. We were able to make a comparative rainfall analysis using data from Caguas, Puerto Rico. And in the interim, and we're hopeful that we can work with the drought monitor to establish a more official presence on the Virgin Islands, the data from Caguas allowed us to extend 4 months' worth of LFP payments to affected livestock operations on the Virgin Islands. We're happy to continue to work with your office to make sure that folks better understand what the process is around our disaster assistance programs. As you know, the Virgin Islands is administered out of our Florida State office, and the State Executive Director gets over to the VI from time to time. Perhaps I can take a trip down there to better understand.
You need to. You have an open invitation.
Well, I appreciate that.
As well as the Secretary.
And
come during the months of November to March. I think that'll be the best time for you to come, don't
Well,
you?
if I can convince Deputy Taylor to sign the travel authorization, I'd be happy to do that. But we're happy to work with you, and I think we've got a good interim solution here on the.
I appreciate that. And can I ask, with regard to those loans that were given to our farmers, and for the loans that farmers have, we were talking about FSA monitoring and their service. Are they servicing the loans? Are they able to sell those loans? How does that work?
No, they are not sold on the secondary market. Our direct loans are made by the Farm Service Agency and serviced by the Farm Service Agency. That constitutes the bulk of our farm loan portfolio. We do have an extensive guaranteed program where we work with commercial lenders who participate in our guaranteed program, and we guarantee up to 95% of the body of the loan that's made. It's really, I think, one of the best deals that the U.S. government offers, and our delinquency rates are very low for both programs. In the case of emergencies, we have an emergency loan program that operates in a very similar way to most of our direct loan programs, and that's an option for producers impacted by natural disaster as well.
Thank you. And then I had a question for Mr. Willis, and this is regarding, in terms of risk management agency. One of the things that I note is one of the essential tools for farmers in anticipating and avoiding some of the things that we talked about, drought, disaster, is insurance. And particularly in the Virgin Islands where we have a small, diversified farms, we recognize that this insurance is really helpful, particularly for new farmers as they're starting up. Can you talk about ways that RMA can help to strengthen and stabilize an island's farm economy as it's trying to build itself and grow?
You know, one of the new products that we're very proud of and we think has opportunities for helping everybody all across the United States and everywhere because of its flexibility is a whole farm program. The whole farm program is something that in many areas where you might not have a large agriculture presence, you don't have what we need to set a rate. What the whole farm does is it allows a farmer to insure everything on their farm, their whole farm. It looks at their revenue. I think that would be a program where I would love to sit down and talk to you and see what options we have to put it out there in the Virgin Islands, because that could probably be the most flexible safety net for those producers.
Thank you so much, and Mr. Chairman, thank you for the time.
Yells back. Mr. Crawford, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Taylor, I'm concerned about the actively engaged rule. What's the status of the rulemaking process, and when can we expect a final rule?
Thank you for that question, Congressman. As directed by the 2014 Farm Bill, it gave us some clear direction to take a look at the actively engaged rule due to active farm management. But it also gave us some strict confines to really operate under. One was an exclusion for entities solely comprised of family members. This spring, we published a proposed rule. That time closed, we received just under 100 comments. Currently, we are analyzing those comments, addressing them within the final rule. We don't, as the rulemaking process is continuing going on, we don't have an exact timeline for when the final rule will be published, but we will certainly keep your office and the committee apprised as we go forward. And we're certainly cognizant of keeping producers informed of whatever the new rules may be, but also not changing kind of rules midstream for producers as well.
Okay, I want to make sure that we're incorporating those concerns about the number of managers that are allowed on large or complex operations. Is that something being taken into consideration?
As actually directed by the Farm Bill, they also put some requirements for USDA to consider the size of operations and also the complexity of certain operations. We received some comments to that effect. In the proposed rule, we allowed additional farm managers, whether if the operation was large or if it was complex, and two additional if it was large and complex. We received some comments on those limits, and we're taking a look at those through the rulemaking process.
Okay. Understand that you're almost done with the implementation process for ARC and PLC, with the payments for 2014 expected to go out in October. What's been the biggest, what are the lessons of the 14 Farm Bill Commodity Program implementation, and what issues do you have left on that?
I think some of the lessons that we learned is these were new programs to farmers. It was a whole different way for agricultural producers to really think about a farm safety net. For the first time, they had required options they were going to have to make as opposed to the direct payment program beforehand. We certainly appreciated the money this committee directed towards development of some online tool resources. We partnered with Texas A&M and the University of Illinois to develop two different online tools so producers could kind of run scenarios on what these programs may do in the future based upon different commodity scenarios. We also worked through extension to provide education throughout the country and counties all over the country. I think those resources were extremely valuable in educating producers on brand new programs and a whole new concept to the farm safety net.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Willis, on crop insurance, what steps are being taken to continue to educate farmers on crop insurance and crop insurance providers on the provisions of the Farm Bill related to crop insurance as they continue to be rolled out?
There's quite a few things going on right now, and many of them started immediately after passage. As soon as the Farm Bill was passed, we started working with our partners, the crop insurance companies. We held trainings as different parts of the Farm Bill were available. They work with crop insurance agents who talk to producers, who educate producers. We also dedicated some funds through the Risk Management Education Program. We put a priority there to educate on new Farm Bill programs. The Risk Management Agency also partnered with Val's agency, the Farm Service Agency. They held hundreds of sessions all around the United States to educate on Farm Bill programs. And because of the close ties between Title I and crop insurance, we attended many of those with them. We also partner with some of the private developers of the products, such as Peanut Revenue and such as Margin, to help train them as well. So it's quite a few partnerships, and we've also used technology. We actually have an app out and a little calculator on our website that helps producers go in when they have some time and identify how the programs work for them and determine if the safety net is what they want to take advantage of.
How widespread is supplemental coverage option for crop insurance now, and specifically what crops are included and what aren't?
It's easier to summarize. Once we make all our announcements for next year, 97.5% of the acres within the crop insurance program will have an SCO policy available to them. The vast majority of crops that have enough data to run an area program will have SCO. The same also goes along with APH expansion, APH exclusion as well. I can certainly get you the list of crops, but it is a very long list. We have a few more announcements to make for next year, but we're very pleased. And I want to recognize my staff. They've done a tremendous amount of work making sure SCO is available as much as we can.
Excellent. Thank you. I would like a list of that if you wouldn't mind providing that, and I yield back.
Join us back. Mr. Allen for 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate your time this morning. Administrator Dacini, the USDA, and I'm talking about the actively engaged rule. As far as I know that you're currently in the final rulemaking phase to implement the Farm Bill language that modified the actively engaged provisions, and I know the department has received extensive feedback as far as comments and concerns from major commodity organizations regarding the impacts of the proposed changes. The Farm Bill provisions are pretty clear regarding concerns and how this proposed rule could impact farms that are largely made up of family members. But we may have relatives involved not covered by the family member provision or others that serve a management function on the farm. In these circumstances, it's my understanding from USDA proposal that all the members of the farm would then be subject to the new definition of rules, even the family members of the farm, and I hope the final rule clarifies this issue. Can you tell me when the department expects to release the final rule and for what crop year it will be effective?
Appreciate the opportunity to answer, Mr. Allen. The rule will apply for 2016 and subsequent years. There won't be a retroactive application of this rule. As Deputy Undersecretary Taylor has noted, we're working on the final rule now, and we received a number of comments from around the nation, including many from commodity organizations, that we've incorporated into the way we're approaching this rule, trying also to hew closely to what the Farm Bill directed us to do. And as you point out, there are exemptions for family members, there are exemptions for spouses, for others that are involved, and we've really tried to focus on the large and complex or large or complex operations to determine how many payment limits would apply. But we're working on the rule as we speak, and we'll certainly provide a good update to the committee when that's in its appropriately final form.
Right. Thank you. Administrator Willis, as far as the STAX program, I would like to recommend the department for their implementation of this, and would like to congratulate you on the implementation of the STAC Income Protection Plan. This is tremendously important insurance product for the cotton farmers, and I appreciate the time and effort the Risk Management Agency put into this timely implementation of this new insurance product. It is my understanding that RMA has received several suggestions of ways to improve STAX ahead of the 2016 crop contract change dates. Some of these changes including allowing STAX purchase levels by practice, timing of any indemnity payments triggered by STAX in areas where data is available earlier, and offering STAX everywhere cotton is grown, including written agreement counties. It's my understanding that the cotton industry and RMA have had a very productive working relationship during the implementation of STAX, and I encourage this relationship to continue. Do you have a timeline for when these changes, if enacted, could be announced and implemented?
Yes, sir. And I apologize, the order of the three changes that you mentioned. I do recognize, I believe, the first and the third we intend to do. I don't know if they've been announced. I know we've had discussions on them. I apologize, the middle one I've got to get back to you on as far as the timing of the STAX payments. I don't know if there was a lot of flexibility there in making those earlier. Certainly we have every desire to make them as quick as possible, but I simply don't know the answer if that was possible. But my understanding is that on the first and the third issue, we are moving those directions, as we believe those are reasonable ways to make STAX work better.
All right, sir. As far as the overall cotton situation with regard to trade and that sort of thing, what are we doing with regard to the worldwide situation on cotton as far as the market price? Any ideas about what you're working on there?
Thank you for that question, Congressman. We continue. Well, first off, I'll start that cotton is one of our agricultural cooperators, and so we continue to partner with them through some of our market development programs on MAP and FMD, where we're able to help promote cotton into new markets or expand into existing markets. So we're continuously looking for new cotton markets for our U.S.-grown cotton. Also, we continue to have conversations, I think, in the larger overall WTO context on subsidies around the world and their impact on production around the world, that subsidies, trade distorting subsidies from any country, not just the United States, have a market distortion impact. And so we continue to have those conversations within the context of the WTO.
Well, I appreciate your work on that because we're losing acres and we need to keep this product going. Thank you.
Gentleman's time expired. Mr. Rouser, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Taylor, great to see you again, as well as your colleagues, and appreciate you coming to join us here today. I've got several different questions, so I'm going to try to be brief as I ask them, and hope we have enough time to get through a few of these. Pork. Obviously, it's very important to the state of North Carolina. South Africa has significant potential for sales of U.S. pork, and I'm just curious where we are with them in terms of opening up that market.
Thank you for the question, Congressman Rouser. Pork is also very important to Iowa as well, my home state. I certainly understand the importance that you emphasize on that. We continue to have ongoing technical discussions and political discussions with our South African colleagues. 2 weeks ago, I was in Gabon for the AGOA Forum, where we met with South Africa again. We actually have a technical team there this week, continuing those discussions on the host of SPS issues we have with South Africa, and then also we have the ongoing out-of-cycle review under AGOA as well for South Africa. So we continue to press them at every venue we have possible on resolving our market access issues.
Is there anything that we can do as a committee or Congress as a whole to help spur that along, any? Just curious.
I think the ongoing conversation that has been out there, it's been important for them to see that this is important for hosts, not just one industry, but all three pork, beef, and poultry industries that are being affected within the United States.
Second question, MAP and FMD programs. There's been some concern that perhaps all the money that's appropriated and allocated by Congress for those programs isn't always necessarily used, I wouldn't say not used properly, but perhaps used for administrative and other costs perhaps. So what's the department doing to focus in on that?
First off, I would just say, USDA believes MAP and FMD are critical tools to get into new markets or to expand into existing markets. The demand for these programs really continue to grow as new market or new program participants come in, new commodities, new exports are showing interest in utilizing them. We continually look for the best options to manage the program. We do take oftentimes a small portion for administrative fees, but also sometimes if we're not using those, we actually get them back at the end of the fiscal year like we did last year. So we're always looking for new opportunities to expand our agricultural mixes for exports that we're doing while maintaining the best management of the program possible.
Mr. Karsting, the annual International Food Assistance Report, which is a joint product of USDA and USAID, is due April 1st of each year. Do you have any idea when we might be able to expect to see the report, since it's about 5 months past due? And is FAS, have y'all completed your component of that?
Right. We, just by way of background, the International Food Assistance Report covers the 3 Farm Bill authorized international food aid programs. So that's Food for Progress, McGovern-Dole Food for Education, and PL 480 Title II, or Food for Peace, which is an AID-administered program. So what we do between FAS and AID is we try to merge our information. We're in the process of doing that so that we can present one unified report. I am hopeful that we get that to you as soon as possible. And what I can tell you today is that report will show that government-wide in 2014, we did about $1.8 billion in food aid with about 35 million beneficiaries in 65 different countries. For USDA-specific programs, McGovern-Dole in 2014 totaled about 78,860 metric tons and about $164.8 million in work with our cooperators. We had 6 new grants covering 2.25 million recipients in 9 different countries. On the Food for Progress side of things, that's where we send commodities and it's monetized for development in local countries. We did about 195,000 metric tons of commodities valued at $127.5 million, 1.6 million beneficiaries in 10 countries. Bearing in mind the latter one, Food for Progress, if we are in a sequester situation, that will cut into the amount of money we can use for transportation. So we've gone from, in the past, about 12 annual projects under Food for Progress. Now I think we're down to about 6 per year, or 5. So we're trying to make those programs work as best they can and cover as many people in a responsible way as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My time has expired.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Abraham for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Taylor, first, thank you so much for your service in the U.S. Army and your time in Iraq. Much appreciated. First question to you. It's my understanding that the USDA is going to commit about $100 million to fund some biofuel infrastructure. Can you explain what authority is being used to do that?
Thank you for that question, Congressman. As you mentioned, we recently announced $100 million in matching grants, where about 21 states have delivered projects to match that on an over one-to-one basis. We are using authority under the Commodity Credit Corporation Charter. What we've actually found is this will certainly boost the rural renewable energy economy, but also it's going to be able to bring more choices to consumers. And we have found that 1 out of 10 cars on the road today are flex fuel. However, there's a limited infrastructure out there, and so this is really giving more choice to consumers all over the country.
Oh, I'm for it. I mean, we grow corn in Louisiana too, just like
Yes,
you
sir.
know now. But the authority is coming from the CCC.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Dolcini, could you bring us up to speed on the microloan program? How's it being serviced? What's the average size of the loan? Are they performing well? Those types of questions.
That's a great question, sir, and I appreciate the opportunity to tell you a little bit about the microloan programs, as it's been one of the real shining stars in the Farm Service Agency loan portfolio since the program rolled out in January of 2013. We've made to date nearly 15,000 microloans from Maine to Hawaii. Most of them have been $35,000 or less, but the 2014 Farm Bill increased the loan amount to $50,000. So now we're able to make loans of $50,000 or less, and we're also working on various new iterations of the microloan program as well. I like to think of it as 15,000 different American dream success stories, because when I was the state director in California, I saw firsthand the successes of the microloan program in building businesses, in adding jobs to rural economies, in allowing folks to expand their agricultural operations. And as administrator in my travels, I've seen that all over the country, including recently in Louisiana. So the microloan program has been a real success story for our agency and the farm loan folks around the country that work on microloans, as well as our entire farm loan program.
They're performing well.
They're performing quite well.
Payback's good and all that.
You know, they're not
working well.
performing at any level different than our direct and guaranteed programs. In fact, in some cases, the returns have been better.
Okay, thank you. Administrator Carson, tell me your hopes or predictions on the American business or agribusiness outcomes in the TPP negotiations.
Well, I had a boss one time that told me if you must predict often, so that at least a few of them would come true. Now, I think we are going to have an outcome in TPP that is commercially meaningful across a wide swath of American agriculture. We look at sort of what the opportunities are out there. This is a great opportunity for us to bring tariffs down, to hopefully resolve technical barriers to trade, non-tariff barriers, but also to set the rules of the road for a broader swath of the world. The countries engaged in the TPP negotiations represent 40% of global GDP. And I like to remind people that the question isn't whether we whether we have TPP and write the rules of the road or the status quo. If we don't do anything, somebody else is going to fill that vacuum. And that's why we think it's important for us to have a high-quality, comprehensive agreement, and that's what our negotiators are working on every day.
Do you see the same positive, hopeful outcomes with TTIP also, or that's going to be a little harder negotiation?
Well, TTIP isn't quite as mature in the process, and I'd be glad to, if you want to weigh in on this, Deputy Secretary. We certainly have not been working on it as long, but I think there is some hopefulness that if we have a successful TPP conclusion, that would lend momentum and urgency to TTIP negotiations as well.
Thank you for that, Phil. I would just add, Congressman, that the issues are slightly different in TTIP than what we experience in TPP and are trying to resolve. I talk to Europeans consistently about this, and market access, reducing tariffs is certainly something we have to address, but without addressing our SPS issues, the non-tariff barriers that we're experiencing with Europe, that market access reductions, those tariff reductions are meaningless. And so we really need to see progress on both within the context of TTIP. With Europe, we actually have a trade deficit. We don't, with anywhere from 23 to 40 plus billion dollars in trade surplus on average for agriculture every year. We have a trade deficit almost every year with Europe because of some of these non-tariff barriers. So we're working hard to address those in the context of the negotiations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman yields back. Mr. Yoho, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Taylor, you brought up, let's see here, that there's $35 that we invest in research and development. For every dollar we put in there, we get $35 return. Is that true? Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, sir. This was a study done independent several years ago by our cooperator groups, and they did find that for every $1 that the government or industry is spending in market development programs, we're seeing an additional $35 in agricultural exports stimulated.
Okay, and I meant to thank you for your service to our country. I appreciate it. Mr. Willis, on the Asian fruit fly, I'm sure you're well aware of it in South Florida, in the Homestead area. I come from the great state of Florida, and it's been a problem down there. It's rapidly emerging, it's rapidly spreading, and right now it's contained to the Homestead area south. But what happens, the perimeters are 1,200 yards, I believe or 400 yards, and anything within that area has to be destroyed, or it's quarantined and then obviously destroyed. And if it moves up to the Miami area, we're looking at about a $2 billion economic impact. What are you guys doing on that, or what do you see right now? Is there crop insurance to protect any of that?
I think the best thing for me to do on that question, sir, is to get back to you in writing on that.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Karsting, the Food for Peace program you were talking about, we all know the benefits of that. And one of the things that's real contentious, as you know, are GMOs. In your opinion, have you seen the beneficial effects of GMOs increasing production, increasing yields on these products, in your opinion?
Well, I grew up in Nebraska, and if you just look what's happened to corn yields, particularly in dryland corn, over the last few years, you have to be cognizant of the fact that yields have increased under a variety of different conditions. We've got examples of eggplant in Bangladesh that are grown, that are BT, that reduce producers' exposure to chemicals and grow more efficiently. We've got other tropical fruits. There's a lot of opportunities out there. What I try to remind people is that we're going to have 9.6 billion people on this planet by 2050. And we ought not confront that challenge with our hands tied behind our back. And by say our, I mean globally, global community. So,
and I'm sure you'll see us come back to hopefully engage you guys helping us market this, because we all know the benefits of it, but there's that other side out there that's trying to squash this, and we just can't allow that to happen. There's too many good things that are coming out of this.
I would say I sit next to the Secretary on most of his meetings with international leaders, and it is a topic that he raises eloquently on a regular basis.
Well, since we're on this topic and we're talking about trade with TPP, we get involved with these multinational trade agreements, and sometimes you have multiple countries saying, well, when they come together, there'll be multiple countries saying, no, we don't want the GMOs in here, or certain insecticides. Do you think it's better to have the large multinational trade agreements or more of the bilateral?
I think the more sort of uniformity and commitment we have to sound science and transparency that is recognizable from country to country, I mean, in general, I think the better off we are. That has been our goal in all of these negotiations, is to make sure that we have trade rules that are based on science and not based on other things. And so to the extent we can do that among a broader spectrum of countries, I think we're better off.
Okay. And then, Mr. Dulcini, you were saying there's 5.2 billion loans that you give out. Is that correct?
$5.2 billion worth of loans, sir.
Okay. And then let me ask you, because this is something that's come up in several meetings. You're servicing these loans, right? You're giving the money out, collecting the money.
That's right.
And so essentially the USDA has become a bank in a certain sector of the economy. Would it be better to move these over to the GSEs like Farm Credit Service? You guys guarantee them, but let them service them so that the government is not in the banking industry. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, you're right to point out that we're one of the largest ag lenders in the country, and I think we serve an appropriate role. Frankly, our friends and collaborators in many instances in the farm credit system and commercial banks work well with us, take advantage of the guaranteed program that we offer, but in some cases just aren't willing to make some of the
But
agricultural
if the federal
loans that we
government
make.
guaranteed them and we got rid of the bureaucracy of collecting the money and allow the GSEs or some other entity to do that with the government backing, I'd like to have your thoughts, but I'm out of time, and if we could get that in writing, I appreciate it. Now yield back.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir.
Chairman goes back. Mr. Thompson, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, thanks for holding this two-day hearing, marathon hearing here. Great opportunity. Thank you so much for all this first panel. My question has to do with the accuracy program. The report the committee received on the accomplishments of accuracy listed a number of key outstanding efforts that have not been yet been completed. Now, we appreciate that these are complex systems that involve large amounts of data, but the report you sent to the committee suggested that the program was, quote, substantially complete, end quote, in spite of only covering 30 counties in a pilot program so far. So my question is, what can you tell us about the outstanding issues for integrating systems across FSA, RMA, and the approved insurance providers, and how are they being addressed, and what kind of timeline can we anticipate for completing those?
I'll start out, and if Administrator Dolcini wants to add anything, because the two agencies are working together. It was our report that you're referencing as far as it's substantially complete. This past summer, we did do a pilot. That was really only a part of what we're doing with accuracy. Accuracy, obviously, is the process of integrating what the two agencies do as far as sharing data between the two agencies. In large part, it's trying to make lives for farmers easier, so they don't have to report the same data 2 times or more. The first major step was the pilot last summer. We're moving forward with a significantly expanded pilot this fall, and it'll continue further next spring. The amount of progress we've been making, I think, is just continually increasing at a much more rapid pace. So I think producers this fall will see a lot of improvements even over the summer, and I think next summer they'll continue to see more. Mr. Skuse, Undersecretary Skuse, this is kind of, in a way, something that he talks about a lot because he's a farmer in Delaware, and he got tired of having to do the same reports, one to his crop insurance agent and then to the Farm Service Agency. And I can tell you about every day I talk to him, ask how accuracy is going. He's very intent upon seeing the success I think Congress envisioned when you put that language within the Farm Bill.
Very good.
Sir, I would just add that, you're absolutely right to point out the complicated technical environment that we work in here. What Brandon and I have tried to do between our two agencies is do more data sharing, and we've done it both with the accuracy program that you mentioned, as well as things like conservation compliance as well, trying to break down some of the IT silos that exist between the various agencies at USDA. So, as Brandon said, I think you will see more rapid movement with regard to this particular initiative. But we're doing everything on the IT front at the Department of Agriculture in a more thoughtful and strategic and incremental way. We've learned a lot of lessons about how to implement big, complicated IT projects in the last several years, and we want to make sure that accuracy is done right.
Thank you. There has been some mention by colleagues about trade. That's obviously extremely important. It seems like trade is what kind of insulated our agriculture industry during difficult times, 2008, 2009, at least to a degree, was maintained robust. So, Mr. Carson, can you? I think it would be helpful. Can you describe or clarify your role as an advocate of the agriculture industry in the context of international trade, and how does your role differ from that of USTR, and how do all of you coordinate your efforts?
Absolutely, glad to answer that. We work a great deal with USTR. As you may know, USTR is designated as the lead government-wide agency on trade negotiations, but the reality is that there are thousands of tariff codes relating to agriculture. Our people are at the negotiations, supporting them with analytics and data on a host of those tariff sorts of issues, as well as their expertise on non-tariff barriers to trade. So we are working with them all the time. We also do joint advisory committees with USTR. These are our technical advisory committees appointed by Secretary Vilsack and Ambassador Froman. So we work hand in glove with them all the time. For us, though, it's not just trade negotiations. We also have people at post in about 97 different countries around the globe, and they sort of serve as eyes and ears on emerging trade issues, resolving bilateral trade irritants where they can. So we work a lot in connection with USTR.
Very good. Thanks to all of you. Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman yields back. Mr. Molyneux, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to follow up on some of the discussions we've been having about TPP and TTIP, and specifically with respect to dairy. I'm from Michigan, and dairy is a very important part of my district. And meeting with dairy producers in Michigan, one of the things we're concerned about is milk prices being depressed and oversupply. In fact, I guess in late August, there was a report that dairies in the Northeast and Michigan dumped more than 30 million pounds of milk, and because of the lack of capacity to process or markets to handle it. And so as you can understand, that our producers are looking for new markets, and one of the concerns has been with respect to Canada. And I'm wondering if you could comment on, your thoughts on that, and also perhaps mention how you interact with the trade representative and working on these issues.
Congressman, if I may take that question. I had the opportunity to be at the last formal TPP ministerial, which was a few months ago in Hawaii. The dairy industry, we've been working very closely with the dairy industry in a final deal that is commercially meaningful for them. Obviously, the U.S. is in a unique spot. We have offensive and defensive interests as it comes to dairy trade. But we're working very closely with them on a deal in not just Canada, but also Japan, that's commercially meaningful. I think also when you look at some of the other trading partners, there's a lot of interest there in markets like Vietnam and Malaysia, which have growing middle classes. Over 40% in both of those countries, over 40% of their population is 25 years old or younger. And so as their populations age, they're going to be looking for higher quality food, whether that's meat, dairy, fresh fruits and vegetables, things the United States really excels at producing. And as we've looked globally at competitive agricultural production, the U.S. cost of production has come much more in line with New Zealand or Australia, so we're much more competitive globally. And our exports in dairy are reflecting that. Today, roughly 15% of our dairy products produced is being exported globally.
And are you aware, did Canada make some agreements that they would open up markets to our dairy to enter into the TPP discussions?
We have long said that TPP needs to be a comprehensive agreement for the United States, but for all trading partners as well. What that is meaning for Canada is some of the supply managed programs that we are going to need meaningful access there. That's dairy, but that's also in poultry and eggs as well.
And are there criteria that have been established that you can say this meets our criteria in terms of opening access?
The ongoing negotiations are very fluid, and so I think saying what that might or might not be is hard at this stage, but certainly we're looking at the whole package. So there is definitely a Canadian component here, but it is much broader than that. It's also what market access we can get into Japan and some of the other countries that I mentioned, like Vietnam and Malaysia. But certainly are happy to keep the committee apprised as the negotiations continue and we near a finalized agreement and what that dairy package actually looks like.
Yeah, I guess what I would, one of the things that strikes me is, and again, I wasn't involved in the early stages of this, but my understanding is that Canada, in order to become part of the TPP process, agreed to opening up their market to U.S. dairy products, and that was kind of a condition for them to be part of it. And I guess what I'm wondering is, are there certain criteria that we're going to use to evaluate whether that's been met?
Congressman, I think from our perspective, Canada is going to need to give us offer commercially meaningful access into their dairy market. But what that criteria looks like, I think the U.S. government, but also our dairy industry, is looking at this a little more holistically for the entire agreement. And so what the exact Canadian criteria are, I think are very fluid because it's the overall trade picture through the 11 other TPP parties that we're currently negotiating with.
And is there a definition of commercially meaningful?
Not in this context. I don't know if that's necessarily exactly defined, but certainly something worth value to our producers and in an economic way, to our dairy processors in an economic way.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time expired. Mr. Gibson for 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I want to commend you and the ranking member for setting up these hearings. Appreciate the opportunity for oversight. Apologize to everyone, including the panel, that I'm just getting here and getting situation aware. But I do have a question, actually follows up on Mr. Molnar. So, given where we are and where dairy has been, say, 24 months ago, when that percentage was a little higher, I think it was about 17%, maybe 18% at the highest. But also given the fact that production is up, I'm just very interested to know raw numbers, if you will, the pound in terms of how much now is being exported, controlling for the overproduction. So I'm curious on that.
Congressman, I don't have those exact poundage numbers with us, but we'll certainly be happy to follow up with your office with those numbers after the hearing.
Well, thanks on that. Because, as I circulated in August, among the things I heard from my dairy producers, what came up, Russia came up, and, in terms of some reactions that we took in relation to the foregoing international affairs, Russia, the aggressive action they took in, last year. Our dairy producers are of the mind that, our actions have hurt them. And I'm just curious your reaction to that.
Thank you for that question, Congressman. I think this is getting back to Administrator Karstein's point a little earlier about our presence all over the world. We've got employees. The Foreign Ag Service has employees in roughly 96 countries, but they touch well over 150 countries through regional coverage as well. And there are eyes and ears. And so while the Russia situation is ongoing, we're continually working to open markets all over the world within the context of TPP and TTIP, but also just bilaterally and working through a host of market access issues that arise every day, whether it's facility registration for dairy products or things of that nature. We continue to work on a bilateral basis and a case-by-case basis, and our footprint on the ground really allows us to react quickly to ensure markets stay open.
Well, I appreciate that, and I'll look forward to getting that figure whenever it's available. And I look forward to continuing to participate this as it unfolds. But that's all I have for now, Chairman. Thank you.
Chairman goes back. Ranking member has another 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Willis, this provision that was in the Farm Bill about the catastrophic insurance or whatever it was for poultry, well, I guess it wasn't probably put in there for that reason, I'm not sure. But when is that, you're doing a study on that or something? Are you getting close to having that done? When is that coming out?
Yeah, the study that you're referencing should be available later this fall.
Later this month?
Later this fall.
This fall?
Yes, sir.
So that would be what, November?
Probably around then, yes, sir.
Did you farm that out to somebody? Or
We did. We contracted for that study, yes.
Have you had any discussions with the industry about some work they've been doing with the reinsurers in terms of whether they would be interested in doing a business interruption insurance kind of a thing? Have you aware of that at all?
I don't believe that I've had any conversations. I don't know if others have. There is also, in addition to the catastrophic study, there is a business interruption study that is also underway. We expect that early next year.
Yeah, but that was a different situation. That had to do with the bankruptcy of some processor or something, and some producers being put at risk because their processor was bankrupt. Is that?
Yeah, my understanding is yes. The two studies are different. The catastrophic will be available fall. The business interruption will be next spring, and it covers the issues such as what you referenced.
And that'll be in the spring?
Yes, sir.
And that was also farmed out to somebody?
Yes, sir.
Some university or something?
I believe a private contractor. There were numerous different studies requested, often looking at the feasibility of crop insurance on a sector of agriculture that previously hadn't had crop insurance coverage. Oftentimes, to expedite implementation of the Farm Bill, we would offer these out as contracts to individuals who are experts in crop insurance, and they oftentimes write those. That allows us to focus a lot of our attention on implementation of the provisions that directly impact the farmers and not take resources away from that.
Well, I just had a meeting with some of the poultry folks. I think if it's okay, we need to get together next week and need to talk to you about some of the discussion that I've been having with them and get your input on that.
I would welcome that opportunity.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Ashford, you had a question. I'll yield to you. Yeah, good.
Thanks. Could you, the question that I get in Nebraska about the difference between TPP and TTIP, it has to do with mainly the non-tariff related issues. And would you mind going, just in a general sense, explaining how you see those differences? I understand them generally, but if you could just kind of explain how you see the differences and the challenges between the two negotiations. But we understand the tariff reduction issue and eliminating tariffs in TPP, but what about the other, the non-tariff related?
Certainly, Congressman. Thank you for that question. I'll talk a little bit about TTIP specifically. I think the negotiations themselves are very different. In TTIP, you have two very mature economies, developed economies, where we already are doing a lot of trade. The EU is already our fifth leading trading partner, and that is with oftentimes high tariffs on agricultural products and a host of non-tariff barriers or SPS barriers that's preventing trade. Really what we're having conversations on during the TPP negotiations are about real predictability in the regulatory process with the EU. What we see oftentimes with the EU is they have a scientific process that works quite well. It's called the EFSA committee, and they go through their scientific review. They find, similar to what our scientists find in our regulatory processes, whether it's on certain pathogen reduction treatments or washes for meats and poultries, or through certain approval of events in biotechnology. But then they have this political layer, and oftentimes then that's when it gets stuck. We don't know the path forward. We don't know how long that path forward could take. And so what we're trying to do is build a process around the negotiations that will bring certainty that once the science is done, we don't get stuck at that political layer.
And that is not so much the case in TPP. It's less so.
In TPP, it is many of our trading partners are working through they're setting up their food safety systems or revising the regulations that we see today. Vietnam recently did a complete overhaul of their food safety system and food safety laws and regulations. We actually had through some of our technical exchanges, help them in that process. So in TPP, we worked a lot about recognizing international science-based standards, a rules-based process, having good regulations on the books. The same rules-based, science-based principles apply in TPP, just in a slightly different way.
Thank you for.
Gentleman yields back. Dr. Benechek, did you want 5 minutes on this panel? Well, I want to thank Ms. Taylor, thank you, and the others for coming. As a transitional issue, our panelists have agreed graciously, thank you, to go down to 1306 for members to go down and have a quick word if you want to while we're getting the next panel in. So to facilitate that, Ms. Taylor, you and your team, if you wouldn't mind going to 1306, and our members will swing by there and talk to you if they want to. Thank you so very, very much, and we'll stand in recess for a couple of minutes while we reset, about 10 minutes. We crank back up. Thanks, everybody.
Ernie, you doing okay? Good. Yeah. Do what? Yeah. Yeah. Very good. Well, they just want to make a larger commercial. complaining about they have to eat all the losses on credit cards. Well, I said, when we passed a bill that gives companies the opportunity to talk to the folks in the cyber world and the government to protect everybody. And I don't know what the status of that bill. I guess it's in the Senate. Okay. We have that. Thank you, sir. Okay. But I did ask him, I said, well, let me ask you this, is it worth it? He said, wait a minute. I said, if you ask the vendors they want vendors to participate. I said, if the vendors participate, it's not about Walmart. I know the dash on it. Just have an ATM, big ATM, you get a fee off there, you can pay tax. I said, well, we make a little money off that. I said, so how much do you make? How much do you lose? They said, well, right now it's okay. We just don't want it to get worse. It's amazing. But they don't like those questions. But they all gave me a big hug when they left.
All right, good afternoon. We'll welcome our second panel to the podium. I'll pass you guys in the hall. I wasn't trying to be rude, but anyway, so we'll have a chance to visit with you and transition to the next panel here in a minute. So, with us next, we have the Honorable Robert Bonney, Undersecretary of Natural Resources and Environment at USDA. And accompanying him this morning will be Jason Weller, who's Chief of the Natural Resources Conservation Service, and Ms. Mary Wagner, who's the Associate Chief at the Forest Service. So thank you for being here this afternoon. We appreciate it. Mr. Bonney, the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to discuss the work of the Natural Resources Conservation Service and the Forest Service. This committee deserves a great deal of credit for the 2014 Farm Bill, and I'll focus much of my remarks on implementation of that law. In addition, given the seriousness of this year's fire season, I also want to discuss forest restoration and the impact of wildland fire on our budget. Implementation of the 2014 Farm Bill is a top priority for USDA. With respect to NRCS programs, the agency is demonstrating that voluntary conservation, backed by strong science and done in concert with a variety of partners, can solve critical natural resource challenges for America's farmers, ranchers, and forest landowners. The agency has completed interim final rules for the Environmental Quality Incentive Program, the Conservation Stewardship Program, and the new Agricultural Conservation Easement Program. NRCS has placed a particular priority on implementation of the new Regional Conservation Partnership Program. This new program has spurred new partnerships among producers, businesses, conservation groups, states, and others. In February, NRCS provided over $370 million in RCPP funding to 115 projects, an investment that was matched more than dollar for dollar. In May, NRCS announced the second round of funding availability. 265 pre-proposals were submitted. Interest in RCPP is very high. Beyond this program, NRCS is spearheading a series of initiatives to address drought, water quality, wildlife habitat, and other issues. For example, our Mississippi River Basin Initiative is significantly increasing the adoption of critical water quality conservation practices. We're working with California farmers and ranchers to make their operations more resilient to drought. And NRCS is demonstrating through its Working Lands for Wildlife program that farmers, ranchers, and forest landowners can voluntarily restore habitat for rare species so that they no longer need the protection of the Endangered Species Act. Let me now turn to the Forest Service. Increasing the pace and scale of forest restoration and management across our national forests remains the top priority for the agency. The agency continues to invest in collaborative landscape-scale projects and has increased acres treated over the last several years. Timber sales have increased by 18% since 2008. The Forest Service has moved quickly to implement several provisions of the 2014 Farm Bill. Last year, Secretary Vilsack designated over 46 million acres of National Forest System lands under the new insect and disease provisions of the Farm Bill. 20 projects are moving forward, and 16 of those use categorical exclusions under NEPA. Working with states, the Forest Service has developed templates for use of the Good Neighbor Authority, and we've entered into agreements so far with Pennsylvania, Utah, and Wisconsin. Through our Joint Chiefs Landscape Restoration Partnership, NRCS and Forest Service are working together to restore forests on private lands adjacent to national forests using Farm Bill dollars. Our biggest obstacle to increasing forest restoration and management is the wildfire budget. Longer fire seasons, increased fuel loads, and development into our wildlands are all significantly increasing the cost of firefighting. In most years, the Forest Service is forced to transfer funds from non-fire programs to fund firefighting. This year, we will transfer an estimated $700 million. But there's a long-term problem that goes well beyond these annual transfers. Fire programs now consume over 50% of the agency's budget, up from 16% just 2 decades ago. As a result, the agency has 39% fewer employees working on non-fire programs. All agency activities are suffering, including recreation, research, range management, and yes, forest restoration. The current budget system is cannibalizing the very programs that can help us reduce the threat of fire. To solve the fire budget problem, we must solve both issues, both fire transfers and the long-term shift of resources away from non-fire programs. The Wildfire Disaster Funding Act, supported by several members of this committee, would make significant inroads. It's time that we treat fire as the natural disaster that it is and adopt an approach which will allow the agency to invest in restoration activities that will, over time, save lives, property, natural resources, and money. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bonney. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. Jace, Mr. Weller, could you talk to us a little bit about this mandate, or the mandate's one word, but our farmers and ranchers are constantly facing more and more regulations, and they all want to take care of their land. They all want to be good stewards of that land. Can you talk to us about your efforts that trying to look at EQIP and the RCPP programs in terms of trying to streamline those regulations and helping our producers and landowners who voluntarily want to comply, but there's, we just keep layering on more regulations. Can you talk to us about your efforts at helping those folks to weave that complicated system we've got put in place?
Yes, certainly, sir. So this committee's afforded NRCS great tools. You talked about a few of them: the Environmental Quality Incentives Program, the new Regional Conservation Partnership Program, the basic authorities we have in our Soil Domestic Allotment Act to go out and do conservation planning. And so there's examples now around the country, and Undersecretary Bonney referenced one of these a little bit, the sage grouse work we're doing out west. But it's not just out west. It's out in the Northeast. Just last week, we had a celebration in New Hampshire celebrating yet another species that, through a collaborative voluntary approach, landowners have helped head off the path of potential listing, in this case the New England cottontail rabbit. In the last 13 months alone, if you go around the country, starting last August in Montana, it was the Arctic fluvial grayling, the Oregon chub in Oregon, the Louisiana black bear in Louisiana, the bi-state population of sage grouse on the border between California and Nevada, the New England cottontail rabbit. The list goes on. And those are all just species either taken off the list or prevented from getting on the endangered species list because of the proactive actions of farmers and ranchers and forest landowners, and in large part assisted through the programs and authorities this committee provides NRCS. Beyond ESA is Clean Air Act in California. So under the Clean Air Act in the San Joaquin Valley, one of the most heavily regulated airsheds in the world, agriculture is a regulated sector, and they were under a requirement to reduce the amount of nitrous oxide emissions, NOx emissions. And so they had to reduce emissions by 10 tons per day by the year 2017. Well, agriculture, through the help of the programs, again, this committee provides our agency, met that goal 3 years ahead of schedule. And so through the EQIP program that this committee has afforded us, we've invested over $120 million with voluntary actions in the San Joaquin Valley, and through the upgrading of diesel engines and retiring old tractors and off-road vehicles from operations, this committee, in the investments through EQIP, has removed the equivalent of 1 million cars off the roads of California's highways every year, in effect reducing 7 tons of NOx emissions per day, meeting the requirements 3 years ahead of schedule. So there are lots of examples around the country. Water quality in Arkansas, again, is another example, through EQIP assistance and conservation planning, by targeting action, working voluntarily with poultry producers in northwestern Arkansas. We've helped delist 2 stream segments on the St. Francis River because of nutrient impairments, and those waters are now back to a fishable, swimmable condition because of the voluntary actions of farmers and ranchers.
That's great information. Ms. Wagner, I rarely ask a question. I try not to ask a question I already know the answer to, but we have Forest Service lands and we have national parks, which have a great deal of forests on them. Can you walk us through how those two are managed? Are they managed the same? And if they're not, do you guys talk to each other? Do your best practices, do they share those? I mean, how do you guys coexist among the trees?
The National Park Service is a bureau within the Department of the Interior, and the U.S. Forest Service, of course, is within the Department of Agriculture. We share many boundaries with the National Park Service. I can think of the Olympic National Forest as a good example on the Olympic Peninsula, which is surrounded by the Olympic National Forest. So the park and the forest are inextricably connected and connected with the communities that we serve, both on the forest and in the national park. So we do a lot of collaborative work together. We coordinate well together. We share resources. We have authority from Congress called Service First, which allows us to provide seamless visitor services. So when people come into an office, they'll be greeted by somebody and get information on both the National Park and the Forest Service. Our goals are a little bit different. The Park Service is focused on preservation and conservation. They interpret for visitors the scenic, cultural, historic values of a national park. The national forests are guided by the principles of multiple use management and sustained yield. So we like to think of the national forests as working landscapes, as places where people not only get the benefits that accrue from having public lands called national forests, but also they see them as working to provide things like wood fiber, livestock grazing, minerals development, energy development.
But in terms of specifics, though, there's no real difference between a healthy forest on national forest land and a healthy forest on a national park. And so with respect to, I understand the difference in what the Park Service is doing, but do they manage their forests to a healthy level the way you do?
In the National Park Service, they have a much more limited footprint in terms of active management of forests, though they do some hazardous fuels treatment and do manage forests to some degree by use of prescribed fire and natural fire in their parks. We tend to take a little bit more of a working stance on national forests, where we have timber sale contracts, stewardship contracts as tools to help create resiliency in those forests.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Weller, as you're aware of the interest in my district of the small watershed program and the implementation, I don't know exactly what's going on, but I'm getting the feedback from my district that things are not going as smoothly as people think they should. And it's apparently gotten kind of bogged down. And I don't know what you're hearing about it, or whether this is an issue of not having enough staffing, or just what's going on. That it was initially moving pretty good, but now reports are that it's kind of bogged down. Have you gotten any feedback?
Some feedback. So I think this is a couple things happening. As you know, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, we had a much more robust watershed operations program. We had a lot more capacity, where in our states we had engineering teams, whether it's in Minnesota or throughout the country, where they were experts at designing, building, constructing. And with in the end, ultimate zeroing out of the program, a lot of that capacity now is no longer within each state. So now a lot of that capacity, we have a National Water Management Center. So we still have in some states some residual capacity, particularly focused on the rehabilitation program that this committee has funded and we've had some success with over the last few years. With respect to the project in the Red River and partnering with the authority, what I've been told there is that in Minnesota, there are 14 separate agreements or projects that are ongoing. And in North Dakota, there are about 6 that are overall working as a system in the whole, with the whole authority's plan to address the flooding concerns. So out of those, what I've been told is that 13 out of the 14 agreements, these are with the cooperative agreements to actually start the work, are now with the partners for signature and review. 5 of the 6 in North Dakota, again, are with the relevant partners for their signature and review. We hope within the next 30 to 60 days they will all be signed and we'll be able to roll at that point. But it just, at the end, comes back to where I started with, that's the capacity. And so I think the authority and the partners there really should be commended with having everything ready to roll, and there's a lot of very positive energy and they want to get a lot done. It then now is, I think what you're sensing is a little bit, on our end, it's a bandwidth issue. And so that's why we're having to bring in people from the national level and the National Water Management Center, as well as from national headquarters here, our national engineering team, to help support the folks in Minnesota and North Dakota to make sure we don't have choke points where we don't get in the way of the partners who want to proceed.
So you think 30 to 60 days we'll have more?
We'll have all the agreements signed, sewn up.
Also, I appreciate the initiatives to improve foraging habitat for pollinators, and especially this focus on honeybees. However, many of these plans apparently require the use of native plants only. In fact, I've had some personal experience with trying to plant some pollinator habitat. And this, by doing that, the feedstocks are hugely expensive, and they're very hard to get established. And I've seen a number of these where they've attempted, and the flowering stuff in a lot of cases doesn't survive. So I guess, why aren't we more focused on using non-native plants like clovers and alfalfa and vetch and sunflowers, where the seeds are a lot more available, a lot less expensive. I think it's a lot more easy to establish. Why aren't we more focused on that, and why are we kind of hung up on all this native idea?
So at the national level, we do not prescribe a mandate to use native, and we don't prescribe the cocktails or the seeding mixtures. That's something we really allow our states, because they're the closest to our customers, they're the closest to what's needed. So
I get the impression from the state that they're being told by you guys.
Well, it's something I guess we need to follow up with Minnesota on. Because there's been some recent discussions on this, and I've asked the team, our National Plant Materials Center folks and our ecologists who are working on this, and what they've advised me on is that while natives are sometimes preferable, there's not a mandate to use natives, and a lot of times non-natives, to your point, alfalfa and clover, sunflowers, vetch, other species are less costly, provide very good forage habitat, and are more appropriate. And that's where then we really want to provide the flexibility for the local conservation planner to work with the producer to really figure out what's the right cost and performance they want.
But if you're going to plant pollinator habitat, you're not going to be allowed to plant these non-natives. You're going to have to plant this mixture that they have, under the NRCS CSP program and so forth. I mean, that's coming from the federal, right? They're from the top.
So we have enhancements, yes, on the Conservation Stewardship Program, but if there's specific enhancements focused on whether it's there are different types of pollinator habitat. So for honeybee habitat, yes, alfalfa and clovers are very good varietal you want to plant. If there are other pollinators that you are concerned about that are native, then they're going to be adapted to and prefer native plantings. So it really depends upon what's the species that you're trying to provide the best habitat for.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman yields back. Ms. Doggemeyer, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Weller, Chief Weller, I was glad to hear you talk a little bit about the endangered species and fish and wildlife. As you know, earlier this month, a federal judge overturned the listing of the lesser prairie chicken because they found that Fish and Wildlife had not followed its own rules in evaluating the conservation efforts when it added the species to the threatened list. And by the way, I completely agree with that judge. I know that NRCS operates one of those conservation efforts with the Lesser Prairie Chicken Initiative, which works with the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, which has been a very successful program, by the way. So I guess the question I have is, that initiative started back in 2010, I believe. And so the first question I have, did Fish and Wildlife confer with NRCS about their efforts prior to the listing?
So yes, we did as an agency. NRCS provided to the Fish and Wildlife Service information on the extent and the scale of the conservation investments that we had made in partnership with producers. So my understanding is the Fish and Wildlife Service did take into consideration the NRCS contributions to the protection of the habitat.
And so, I mean, was that data based on, hey, we're having some success here? Give me a little idea of the kinds of information that you furnished them.
So we're trying to then roll up across the multi-state region that's important for the prairie chicken. And much like we're doing with sage grouse, talk about the acreage, the locations of the acreage, the type of practices we have in place. But what's also in the partnership with Fish and Wildlife Service, what we did is we also then tried to identify what are the best practices that actually help the prairie chicken, but then also work in a working lands landscape. So we identified 40 different practices that we felt were the best for whether you're a farmer or a rancher that would also then benefit prairie chickens. So because we've done that pre-consultative work with Fish and Wildlife Service, then when we come back and say we had several hundred producers using the pre-approved practices that you agree benefit the chickens, here's then the benefits that roll up in terms of improved forage for the chickens, improved habitat. So we did some work in advance of the listing, but then when they were proceeding with their analysis, we provided them the data in terms of participation, acreage, and investments.
Why do you think, you were talking about the successes that you've had where you had some of these other partnerships in place, and it's my understanding this is one of the larger partnerships and involves a lot more private land than some of the other ones. Why do you think that the Fish and Wildlife decided to proceed with that after you presented them with that data?
It has been, I completely commend the ranchers and the farmers in Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, New Mexico, in Colorado that contributed to this effort. They really have stepped forward and been very proactive. I can't speak to why in the end the Fish and Wildlife Service made the decision. They make the decision based on the analysis they have, the trends they're looking at, and in the end it's a trust species that they're responsible for protecting, and that's not something NRCS has privy to, or I can't necessarily speak to ultimately what led to that decision.
Wouldn't you say there's a tremendous amount of benefit for having these kind of partnerships and coalitions?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Yeah, and I think the concern I have is that this has been very successful since 2014. The population has increased 20% in just 1 year. I think some of that's conservation efforts. Obviously, we started getting a little rain. What I'm more concerned about is the disincentive that this kind of action sets, where you go out and enter into these partnerships and bring these coalitions together, and the reward that they get for that behavior is that the Fish and Wildlife Service, goes ahead and decides to list that. So. I want to make sure that you're doing everything you can to make sure that they have good science, good information if you're working with these partnerships.
Well, one of the things, sir, I would just want to highlight is I agree with you, and that's a big concern. And it's a lot of confusion, if not fear, around ESA. And so what we tried to build into the lesser prairie chicken, but also into sage grouse and 5 other species around the country, this concept of regulatory certainty, predictability. And what we're doing with the chickens, if you're a rancher and you want help, well, you come in and you visit with your local NRCS. We'll come out to your ranch and we'll provide you a conservation plan, which will look at the specific threats to the chicken. And as long as you're managing your ranch using that conservation plan, you don't even have to go into a contract with us. You can do it on your own. You don't need to work with the government anymore. But as long as you're managing your ranch according to that plan, what Fish and Wildlife Service has then said, that you get at least 30 years of certainty that you're not going to be asked to do anything more for the chicken, basically because you've been recognized for your excellent stewardship. So we're trying to reward folks, to your point, who are willing to voluntarily take proactive actions to benefit the ranch, but also, in this case, benefit at-risk species. They should get something in return, and that's be able to sleep at night not worrying about ESA.
Well, I appreciate the regulatory certainty. I think the bigger bonus and the bigger incentive for cooperation is that if, agencies and individuals and corporations and farmers and ranchers are working towards a reasonable conservation plan, that we should leave it at that.
Mr. Scott from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I would follow up with that and say that, somebody from the farm, I remember the time when if you found a problem, you actually would call somebody from the government because you wanted help. Now I can assure you that that's the last person that most farmers want to call. And when it comes to conservation, that's a problem. People don't trust us when we talk about prairie chickens and other things. It seems to me that it's not about the chicken as much as it is about stopping other industries in certain areas. So I guess I would just ask, the one thing that we've heard about a lot recently, the waters of the U.S., what do you expect the workload for your agency to be if waters of the U.S. becomes the system that you have to operate under?
So first let me start with workload, and then I'll get to your question about the Clean Water Act, or Clean Water Rule, Waters of the U.S. rule. In terms of workload, we have a lot. And I'm really proud of how much NRCS has stepped forward with the 2014 Farm Bill. And in a matter of literally weeks after it was enacted into law, we were ready to roll. We had EQIP stood up and running. We had CSP stood up and running. We did a nationwide sign-up, got another 10 million acres enrolled. We launched the new RCPP in a matter of months. And that's on top of fewer people. So because of sequestration cuts, today there are 1,500 fewer professional NRCS employees than there were just 4 years ago. So we have a lot of workload. in regards to your question on the Clean Water Rule, at the end, this is an EPA Army Corps of Engineers rule. What we offer our customers when they want to work with us is advice. It does not impact, the Clean Water Rule will not impact our work. What we do is conservation compliance, but more importantly, we do conservation planning and implementation of Farm Bill conservation programs. And the Clean Water Rule does not impact any of those authorities. So in instances where a producer is taking out a fence row, cutting some trees, making alterations on their operation, and our field folks think, well, maybe this is something you may need a permit for, a 404 permit, a fill permit, we would then recommend they go talk to the relevant Corps office. But that's not something we would necessarily advise them on how to do it, how to fill out the permit, whether they're under jurisdiction or not.
Well, let me interrupt you for a second, if I might. But you would agree that a lot of the reasons for the programs that we have through your agency is so that there would to reduce the need for more regulations. Is that a fair statement?
It's a complex environment. Regulations, yes, it's a complex environment, and particularly not just in Georgia, it's a lot of different states. And so where our folks are trying to help our customers navigate that, it's challenging.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any further questions. I would just say it seems to me that we've got one agency telling another agency what they can and can't do, and then, a tremendous amount of fear out there with the American citizens that, quite honestly, I think most of us want to take care of the environment. But I can tell you, if I found something that I thought might be an endangered species on my property, I sure wouldn't call the federal government and let them know about it. With that, I yield the remainder of my time.
Probably not a bad idea if we get yourself in trouble confessing to something you'd want to confess to. The gentleman yields back. Mr. Crawford for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In Arkansas, the Mississippi River Basin Initiative has been a very effective program in giving people on the state and local levels the kind of tools that they need to deal with conservation challenges, particularly specific to our region. You actually mentioned that in your comments earlier. In the 14 Farm Bill, though, we created the RCPP, which we had hoped would expand on that success, but it looks like a lot of the policies in the MRBI have been reversed, and I'm being told there's actually a lot less local control and more deference to national groups and what types of conservation activities should be funded. Why the change in direction?
So with RCPP, I guess I'm a little bit surprised by your comments, sir, in that it really affords maximum control to those partners. And so there are different...
Just a sec. If that's the case, then why would I be hearing from my folks at home? And we've got two projects in particular that fall under this, and we're not hearing positive feedback with respect to local control.
Well, then that's a real concern, and I need to follow up with the Arkansas State Conservationist. Because the whole purpose of the program is to put the partners in at least a co-equal lead with NRCS, if not in the lead, to devise the project, to design what needs to happen, and then to really deliver the assistance that's needed. There are different pots, there are different funding pools. There's a national pool, there's what are called critical conservation areas, and then there's the state pool. And applicants from within Arkansas itself can focus on projects just specific to certain communities, counties in Arkansas, or it could be a multi-state project that would include Arkansas and perhaps Louisiana, Mississippi, or go upriver up in Missouri. So it depends on what the purpose of the original project was. It's a very competitive program, but in the end, if there's a concern from local folks that there's less local control today than there was previously, that is something I need to follow up with Arkansas on.
Okay, and perhaps we can communicate offline and address that problem.
Okay, yes, sir.
We can do that. Let me expand on something that my colleague from Georgia mentioned. The perception at home among farmers, the NRCS has been up to this point the kind of agency that farmers felt comfortable with in terms of asking for help, technical help funding help, for example, surface water retention projects, tailwater recovery, irrigation reservoirs and things like that. Not only did they get technical consult, but in many cases we're able to secure funding, not necessarily in total, but cost share on a lot of projects. I've seen these projects, and they're great projects. But because of WOTUS, the perception at home is now the NRCS has been roped into this regulatory role that has fundamentally redefined the dynamic of the relationship between the NRCS and farmers. Your thoughts on that?
It's an unfortunate view. In my experience, in my opinion, our role has not changed at all. And then we need to do a better job of communicating what our role is.
Okay, so from the perspective of WOTUS, you have no regulatory authority under WOTUS at all?
We do not know.
Okay. The perception is that you do, and I'm still not convinced that in some form or fashion that you don't in some way have a roundabout, maybe a reporting requirement or something like that may possibly impact the relationships that up to this point farmers have found very favorable. The NRCS has been a very good agency to work with up to this point. But I just want you to know that the perspective of the farmers, at least in my district, is that the trust there is not going to be there anymore because of the relationship to the EPA and WOTUS.
So to your point, sir, we hold that the information that a producer gives us voluntarily as sacrosanct. And this committee gives us privacy provisions that are even more strenuous than other agencies. A lot of other agencies wish they had privacy protections that USDA has with our customers.
Okay.
And we don't share that with anyone.
Okay, let me ask you this. I've only got 30 seconds left. Can you tell me unequivocally that you don't have any requirement to report to the EPA under any circumstance as it applies to WOTUS or potential violation or a significant nexus of connectivity or anything like that?
Unequivocally, we do not report our customers to EPA. In fact, yesterday in the Chesapeake Bay region, we were highlighted by a newspaper because 3 states in the Chesapeake Bay region, their departments of environmental quality are calling us out for not cooperating, for giving them farmers' information.
Okay.
So we do not share information on farmers.
All right.
With
Thank you.
regulatory agencies.
I appreciate that. My time's expired. Yield back.
Gentleman's time expired. Mr. Allen, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just real quickly, the RCCP program, I got constituents that, with the new farm program, want to opt out there's an opt-out provision in the new farm program. And I've been trying to get an answer from USDA on this thing for some time. And the last thing we heard from them was that they can't opt out because the loblolly pine is now considered a hardwood. Are you familiar? How did the loblolly pine get to be a hardwood?
I'm going to defer to my undersecretary, who's been expert in trees, but what I know is not hardwood. That's the first I've heard that, sir. You could look into what's going on.
Okay, good. Well, maybe we could have a discussion about that because y'all are in the forestry business, and I don't know how that happened. But anyway, that was the letter that they received from the USDA, is they could not opt out because the loblolly is now considered a hardwood. And well, that's good. I'm glad that y'all know that that's the case. That's wonderful news. Also, real quickly, you had announced the final projects for consideration for the Regional Conservative Partnership Program, RCPP, second sign-up. What lessons have you learned from the first sign-up, and what types of partners are participating in these projects? Are the goals of the program being met, and what changes do you think Congress needs to make with regards to this program?
So the first round, as I said a little bit earlier to a previous question, we were moving, for us, at a pretty quick pace. And as a result, we didn't leave a lot of time for partners to put proposals together. I think we caught people flat-footed. They didn't expect us to move as quick as we did. And then we only gave them 45 days to throw together a proposal, and then they didn't have a lot of time. So that was the first thing we learned, is that we need to give everyone, starting with ourselves, but more importantly the partners, more time to put together comprehensive projects, to call different partners to the table and really design something they really want to invest in. And that then also gives them more time to leverage. So what we're seeing with the second round, what we invited back out of 265 applications this next time, we invited back 164 projects, at least one in every state. Most states had several. And what we saw is a higher level of quality in terms of what people were proposing because they had more time, they had more experience, they had a feel for how the program works, in some cases how it doesn't. And so people were even more, I think, careful in devising really what they want to do. So if you're worried about fish passage in the Northwest, if you're worried about soil quality, if you're worried about irrigation efficiency, if you're worried about endangered species habitat, they really were careful about designing projects that would really bring a solution for their community, for their area. And then what was very impressive is they had a lot of matching contributions. So in this next round, while out of the 164 we invited back, the total, what their request is from the federal government, from NRCS, is about $540 million. They're actually bringing to the table a total potential contribution of $780 million. So well over a 1-to-1 match, which is really impressive, which just shows there's a real pent-up demand out there for this type of assistance. And when you, as an agency, step back and you invite people to the table to design their own projects, to really take the lead, it's impressive what people bring forward.
And to follow up on that, of course, we've heard comments about there seems to be some disconnect out there. Of course, we go out in our districts, we have town hall meetings. Do you have listening sessions throughout the country with different farm agencies as far as, what our farmers are having to deal with out there versus what you're demanding that they do?
Absolutely. So we have, in every state, we have what we're called a state technical committee, where they meet once a month, and they invite in farm organizations, the public, state agencies, conservation groups, and they really talk about what are the priorities in a given state. So what are their concerns, whether it's drought, whether it's disease, pest, soil erosion. It's a forum for the agricultural industry to really talk directly to NRCS, to say what their priorities are, where they need help, and they meet regularly. I personally get out and meet with farm groups. I travel a lot. Wherever I go, I always want to meet with local producers, but also state associations. We have a national leadership team. They're constantly engaging with regional groups, state associations, corn grower associations, cattlemen associations, you name it. So we really want to stay very connected to our customers.
Well, as the son of a farmer, our farmers want to protect the land, the forest. That's how they make their living. And so I think we can work on that collaboration and do a much better job. Thank you, sir.
We'll find out about softwood becoming hardwood, sir. Okay. All right.
Good. I'm glad I got you recorded on that.
I think there'll be a lot of people interested in how you convert loblolly pine to hardwood. Mr. Abraham.
I'll show you the letter.
Yeah, Mr. Abraham, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief Wagner, I'll ask you this question, but certainly the other two may have answers. Katrina hit Louisiana about 10 years ago. We just unfortunately recognized that 10-year anniversary. Forest Service came in, did an EPA study within 60 days. I think within a month or two, we were salvaging timber. Things were working well, a very efficient process. And I guess the question is, why has the timeline now gone from the 2 months to over a year for an environmental analysis? Because I've got people in my district that are asking for analysis, and it's been over a year in some cases. So what's the difference between 10 years ago, 2-month timeline for environmental analysis, and now over a year? Is there a different personnel? What's going on?
It may be that with the situation that Katrina brought on the landscape, we had provisions to deal with emergency treatment.
But I think if I remember right, and I can certainly look back, that contract was done without any extraordinary clauses in the contract. I think it was just a pretty much of a normal day at the office, so to speak, as far as getting that done within that 2-month period.
And so is it comparing emergency response to just basic forest management and forest restoration today that you're...
I think that's the point, is back 10 years ago when the Forest Service came in, there were no extraordinary clauses, so it wasn't designated as an emergency response, even though we all know it was. But we moved forward 10 years, and now also not deemed an emergency response. It's taken well over a year just to get the analysis back, and I'm just asking for my constituents because we get the calls. What's the difference? How can we facilitate to expedite that process for you guys?
Excellent question. We're very committed to using all of the tools available to us under the National Environmental Policy Act to act quickly, to be adaptive, to use the right kind of analysis for the right kind of situation. We've found that in the last 4 years, we've actually reduced the number of NEPA analyses done and decisions done, so we're getting better at larger scale, fewer decisions, and we are reducing the amount of time. Now, that's nationally. I would be happy to follow up and get you some more detail relative
that.
to...
We've got some issues down in the southern part of my district. Their perception is that they're getting stonewalled, and I would just like to give them a good logical explanation to open up the discussion. Another question to whoever wants to answer. I understand the chairman here and Chairman Mar Smith back in the 1st of July of this year requested documents on the EPA's recent NAAQS rule and its effect on the Forest Service burning. My understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that they got a response, but they haven't received any documents. Is there any timetable as to when those documents may be forthcoming on this NAAQS rule?
So I know the issue here, I think, is the ozone rule, right, and the potential impacts on prescribed fire.
Yeah, when on the control burn.
I don't know exactly. I know I know we've provided a good bit of information to you all. We're happy to go back and check and make sure we've been responsive to your request. I will say lots of conversations back and forth with EPA on how to deal with this so that we can invest in prescribed fire.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And Chief Weller, I'll ask you, what's the current backlog for wetlands right now on the determinations as to what determines a wetland or not? And how's that being handled?
So we've made a lot of investments in accelerating and trying to reduce the backlog. Nationally, off the top of my head, I do not know. I know where there's been a lot of focus is a little bit north of you, sir, up in the Prairie Pothole region, where it's been a lot of focus of this committee and a lot of members. The current backlog there is around 4,000.
Okay.
That sounds like a lot, and it is. It's not acceptable. But where we were 3 years ago was as high as 12,000. But what also folks have to understand is we've, since that time, not only have made a lot of progress, but we've also processed tens of thousands of requests. So over that time period, it's well been over 60,000 wetland determinations we've made in that time, just in the Prairie Pothole region, plus reduced the backlog from 12,000 down to 4,000. Okay. So it's sort of like being on a treadmill that's set at sprint pace and still staying on the treadmill, if not getting closer to the controls to hopefully hit the stop button. Okay. So we're making progress, and we're on a track to get rid of the backlog within the next 2 years.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Yoho, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you all being here today. Mr. Bonney, you were talking about there were some practices that you would recommend to prevent or decrease the negative effect of forest fires. What are those? And then the second question is, why aren't they being done now, and what do you need to facilitate that?
So we have increased the number of acres we're treating across the national forest system. We're doing more projects out on the ground through a collaborative, larger scale efforts.
Projects like controlled burns?
Doing more prescribed fire, but as well thinning treatments, other types of restoration to remove underbrush, small diameter timber. You know, as you know, in your part of the world, we've taken fire out of a lot of ecosystems. In addition to getting fire back in, we also need to do a lot of mechanical treatment and thinning, and we're trying to do that in a collaborative, larger scale effort to increase both the number of acres treated and the amount of board feet that come off the national forest.
Okay, and you know, I live in the southeast, and we're blessed. I mean, pine trees grow in 15, 20 years, whereas out west, it's a different story. And we do a really good job in the managing of the forest. And one of the things we see out west, you know, you've got the high wind velocities and all that, and it's hard to do your prescribed burns. What are you doing to address that situation. And along with that, we've heard from a lot of the loggers that they can't go in and harvest the board feet that's already down. And there's, I don't know if it's the rules and regulations or the permitting process, but there's a lot of timber that's down that could be utilized that's not, and that leads to the underbrush and the fire. What are you doing to alleviate that and expedite that process?
So let me hit the salvage piece first. There are a number of things we can do to get at a little bit the question earlier, using some expedited procedures to try and move, particularly near roads and trails, timber that can cause a safety problem. We moved a 300 million board foot salvage sale in the wake of the 2013 rim fire out on the Stanislaus through an expedited NEPA process. We're trying to pilot efforts to do large-scale salvage operations in places like that. We'll have a significant salvage issue in the wake of this fire season, and so we're looking for ways to be creative to move those, but to do it with the best sound science as well.
You just created another question for me. When you're doing that and you go down that road to harvest those downed trees, do you run into issues with the EPA and you're fighting against them, or Army Corps or any other agency?
No.
All right, so nobody else is restricting you, right?
No, the bigger issue for us is to build a collaborative effort to bring environmentalists, timber industries, and others to the table so that we can create these larger scale projects that will have more public support.
All right, you brought up the environmentalists, and I want to go back to what Mr. Scott brought up when he bowed out gracefully early. I have the same problem in my district. I mean, we have gopher tortoises, we have the gopher tortoises, we have the rattlesnakes, we have the fox squirrels, and we have farmers that have farmed for generations, 100-year farms, and they've pretty much the same practices. Obviously, I've gotten better at best management practices, but yet now the government comes in and says, well, we need to monitor these the fox squirrels or this, and the farmers don't want anything to do with it because they come in, the government, they being the government, say we're here to help you, and we all know how they run from that. And we're seeing the same thing. We don't want your help, whereas before people came to the government, and that's an attitude change. And you brought up the environmentalists, and yeah, we want the clean environment, we want clean water, and we want clean air, but sometimes there's a political agenda that we see driving a lot of this that's counterintuitive or productive to our producers who are out there trying to make a living, and it increases the cost and it reduces the usability of their land. And that's something I hope you guys take back in your discussions. And you say, you know, a little bit of this is good, but a little bit is too much. We need to back off here. I've got another question I wanted to ask on the lands that are going into the easements, in the conservation easement. And Mr. Weller, feel free to weigh in on this. What is the percentage of land that has gone from the private sector back to the government and off the payrolls? Because what we're seeing in our state is we see a lot of this being put into the conservation easements, and I don't want to get in a situation in my state where we have PILT payments, you know, payment in lieu of taxes, and that lands off the tax rolls.
So nationally, NRCS has either co-invested with other land trusts and state agencies or on its own through the wetland programs about 4 million acres of conservation easements. Most of those are permanent or is maximum allowed under state law. Those are still taxed, but they're just at a reduced rate. So it's no longer taxed at the development potential. So if it was converted from a ag use to non-ag use, you understand probably better than I do. It's less of a PILT issue in terms of just not having any taxes at all coming off those lands.
I yield back. I'm out of time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Sure. Joe yields back. Mr. Thompson, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Bonney, it's good to see you. I want to follow up on the catastrophic wildfire season. It's been a terrible season, obviously, and a loss of life of some very outstanding Forest Service employees, certainly keeping them and their families in our thoughts and prayers. The administration has been very vocal for the need to provide more funding to combat wildfires and also to stop fire borrowing from the Forest Service budget. And as a matter of fact, I see there's a press release today regarding the administration's letter to Congress addressing the budget issue. Now, I agree there needs to be a solution, but fixing the budget is not the final solution, certainly not the full solution. However, addressing fire borrowing will not solve the issue. It's also very important the Forest Service have the ability to expediently and treat national forest acres for forest health and wildfire prevention. Now, the committee passed through the House H.R. 2647, the Resilient Federal Forest Act of 2015. Now, the legislation was an earnest attempt to give the Forest Service more authority and much-needed flexibility to deal with these challenges of process, funding, litigation, necessary timber harvesting, and much-needed active management. Now, the Obama administration has strongly opposes this legislation, despite the fact in your testimony, when you were talking just most recently about a fire, you're using words that were in that bill: collaborative, expedited NEPA. I mean, you were kind of describing the bill that your boss or your boss's boss opposes, I guess, or you oppose. And so, can you explain the administration's opposition to the bill?
Happy to. So first, the most important thing we can do to increase pace and scale is clearly to fix the budget. Our criticism of the budget provisions in the legislation is that they don't go far enough. You've done a good job of solving the transfer problem, but the long-term impact of fire on our budget, we expect that in 10 years we will spend not 50% like we do now on fire programs, but 2/3 of our budget. That's going to impact our ability to do all kinds of things, including restoration.
So let me cut to then. I get it. You want more money. Is there anything in this legislation, or are there other ideas the administration can support? And I'm going to say beyond the money, okay? Not to say that we don't need to look at that, but I'm looking for ideas beyond that that would assist the Forest Service in actively treating forest acres.
Absolutely. We welcome the conversation. As the Statement of Administration Policy said, we have some concerns with sort of the design and scale of some of the provisions related to NEPA, some other things, but we're willing to have a conversation. I'd put things maybe in a few different buckets. One is a conversation about NEPA categorical exclusions, maybe similar to the insect and disease provisions.
I think we had categorical exclusions
and I think we would,
in this bill that you oppose.
I think we would design them differently. I think, secondly, there are things we can do to promote larger landscape scale projects. There's some things there we can do. Promoting markets is another key thing that we can do. There may be some flexibility around.
I agree wholeheartedly, but this was a forest management bill. Certainly markets and doing things to increase value of timber to support the markets. Those are the things we can do, and certainly are doing, I think, in the trade agreements being negotiated, but you're not convincing me. I haven't heard a good reason to oppose this bill yet.
Well, I guess my message to you would be, I think we have to do a lot more on the budget side, and the budget piece we design is budget neutral.
Yeah, let me share some numbers with you, and these were numbers actually from your testimony or from maybe it was a press release, but although you made reference to it, in 1995, 1/6 of the Forest Service budget was used for fighting forest fires. August of 2015, 1/2 the budget, and then you made a projection for the future. I would happen to agree with you with the trajectory you're on, but I know it's part of it is warmer temperatures, but part of it is just we're allowing the fuel load to build up way too high. Absolutely. I want to go back and readdress the numbers. 1995, where you spent 1/6 of the Forest Service budget, you harvested 3.8 billion board feet. Just in 1987, prior to that, 7 years prior, we harvested 12.7 billion board feet. In August of 2015, where it's half this year, where it's half the Forest Service budget is consumed in wildfire fighting, you only harvested 2.4 billion board feet. And so I guess I really want to look at the root cause of this. I mean, what are those implications in terms of, number one, fuel load, and number two, I would put on the table that I don't know what the average, and I know there's a wide range, the average value of a board foot saw log harvested from our national forest. I know it's a wide range, but certainly there's a number there. Whatever that number is, I mean, it's got to be a huge amount of lost revenue when you think that we have lost, based on the high, we are not harvesting this year 10.3 billion board feet. You were looking for more revenue. You're sitting on a resource that produces revenue if you're doing the job. And if you're producing the revenue, you're taking away the fuel load. And I would argue that's the biggest problem we have. And so those are, I know I'm way out of time, but I look forward to talking with you more about those. This is obviously we're going to be doing a hearing in the subcommittee on forestry. I think on October 6th, coming up here soon.
I know I'm out of time. I would just share, we share your interest in increasing the pace and scale of restoration, absolutely, and welcome the conversation. We think the budget's obviously a critical part of it.
Restoration,
there are other pieces
restoration is surrender. Treatment, the word treatment is surrender, because that means you have allowed a problem to be created. We need to be proactive. That's sawlog harvesting.
That's certainly part of it.
Well, I'd say it's a big part of it. It's preventing problems from occurring and developing. Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Molyneux, 5 minutes.
Wanted to ask you, are you the lead agency when it comes to designating wetlands? Would that be your role?
I have to be careful how I answer that question. It depends on if it's for participating in a USDA program. We are the agency that determines whether it's a wetland or not, yes. Okay. For purposes of the Clean Water Act, no, we are not the agency that determines whether that's a wetland.
Okay, so that's where, when you said that you don't have expanded responsibilities with the Clean Water Act, that's that differentiation. Okay.
Right.
Would you agree that under the new EPA rule that their jurisdiction has expanded?
I can't speak to their jurisdiction. I really have to defer to EPA and their definition of their jurisdiction.
But I mean, when you talk to, you talk to a lot of farmers, you probably talk to a lot of people. I mean, wouldn't you say their jurisdiction has expanded?
I've heard a lot from producers of concerns about the jurisdiction and the potential expansion of that. And I know EPA and their Corps are trying to put together information. They've done a lot of outreach with the producers, with the farming community and ranching community to help provide education, provide more information about what is or is not covered by this proposed or now the final rule. But in terms of whether jurisdiction has expanded or not, I have to defer to EPA on that.
Okay. And what are you hearing from people when you hear about this rule? Is it positive? Is it, because the EPA would say that their goal was to clarify? Is that your sense? Are you hearing that?
I know EPA's goal was to try and clarify jurisdiction. I have heard from producers across the country a lot of concerns and questions about what is or is not covered.
Would you estimate that there will be a greater need for federal permits because of this rule? I mean, if you're a home builder or someone who isn't participating in the program that you oversee, do you think this will lead to a need for greater permitting?
With respect to agriculture, I do not expect there to be a significant increase in the amount of permitting required. All of the protections for farming that have been in place previously are still in place. All the protections for conservation, particularly uplands, conservation practices are still in place and are exempted. So by and large, there's not a significant expansion of need to do permitting, but at the end of the day, we're not the permitting agency. That's going to have to be the Corps EPA to determine what is or is not. With regard to home building or general construction or other expansion of infrastructure, again, I'm not an expert in that arena. I can't speak to that.
And it seems like they've introduced some new definitions that many people in the when I talk to the farmers in my district, they're worried that the EPA is going to regulate the mud puddles, the ditches, everything. They're very concerned about it. And are you saying that they aren't going to have jurisdiction over those areas in agriculture?
I think EPA has tried to define what is a ditch, first of all, and what is covered. I think from EPA's standpoint, they don't have the capacity, interest, or they get it. They do not want to have to go out and regulate mud puddles or ditches. They know that is beyond their capacity, and that's not really the issues they're trying to address with the Clean Water Rule. They try to the best of their ability, and I guess from your line of questioning, it seems like they have a little bit of ways to go, but they try to the best of their ability to really make it as clear as possible what is covered and what is not. But again, I have to defer to EPA as to how well a job they did on that, and feedback that you're receiving apparently, and that I have heard also from agricultural community, they have some work yet to do.
Well, I guess that would be my question to you, is to what extent can you advocate for agriculture in this regard? Because as I look at my district and hear from farmers in my district, this is the number one concern. Mm-hmm. And I don't think they believe that EPA is speaking for them. And the question would be, is that a role that you can take on?
We do advocate for agriculture at the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and we have provided technical assistance to EPA and to the Corps when they were designing the rule. Some aspects of that assistance they took, some they did not. But throughout the rulemaking process, we did, as a department, NRCS, the Secretary's office, other offices and agencies within USDA, did engage with and try to provide technical advice to EPA and the Corps as they designed the rule. And throughout that, we really try to bring a common sense approach, and here's what production agriculture looks like. Here's the facts on the ground, and here are the implications of what in terms of different decisions they were considering, here are the implications for agriculture. So we really did, as a department, try to advocate for and speak for agriculture.
And do you believe it's successful for agriculture, this new rule?
I guess remains to be seen at the end how well it's implemented and what its true impacts are. I have to take EPA from their comments that they really do view this as not impacting agriculture significantly, but that, I guess, remains to be seen.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman goes back. Mr. Gibson, 5 minutes.
Well, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the panelists being here today. The first question I have, really a comment. We have in our district a major EWP project, NRCS. Thank you very much for your help on that. This is in Schoharie County in upstate New York, and a $24 million investment. I want to thank you for that. Our area was devastated by Hurricanes Irene, Lee, and to a degree Sandy. And so clearly we need to take some proactive measures to help protect people and property going forward. So I really want to express my gratitude that you agreed and we're working this project. I suspect you probably know we're having some challenges with the project. I'm working as a broker in this to really get this done. You guys are rightfully ensuring that we're going to do this to the standard, and I appreciate that after 29 years in the military. And for my local folks, they're feeling a little bit picked on from time to time, and we're sorting through the details of that to make sure that they understand what the standards are, with the ultimate goal of making sure this gets done. So I guess what I'm just looking for today is just an acknowledgement of how important this project is, and that you're committed with us to getting this done.
Absolutely, sir. Yeah, we were provided this program and these resources to help communities. They're locally led projects, and we are there but for the invitation and to help those communities. So we want this project in particular to be successful. And we do appreciate your help in helping to be that intermediary to help us understand, but also to help work with the local project sponsors as well. And we're committed to seeing this being successful.
Well, I appreciate that, because rumor control, as you know, and I hear that every now and then. Some folks on the ground, they think that you're going to leave them, and I assure them that you're not, that you're insistent on standards, and again, I understand standards, but that you're committed to working together to make sure we get this get done to standard.
And the standards are really important. Sometimes they may sound bureaucratic, but at the end, they're actually for people's protection. That if we're putting in structural implements, if they fail, that could be a risk to people's property or their lives. And so they have to be designed in something that we can stand behind.
And we understand that. And thank you for your assurances that we're committed to working together on that. The second question I have has to do with Forest Legacy program. So I have a bill that looks explicitly at the management of easements for Forest Legacy with the move in the bill to allow for more local control for states to make the decision as to whether or not they want land conservancies to manage these easements. I'm familiar with the history of this in the last 10, 15 years or so, and some reports that were rendered with regard to challenges. From my research, it appears that we've learned from those challenges, and that it may be to the benefit of all, that being, those that support this program, those that benefit from this program, and the taxpayer, that a bill thusly designed should become law. I'm curious to know if you know of it and what your thoughts are on these ideas.
So, aware of the issue. Obviously, I haven't seen the specific piece of legislation, so don't want to comment on that. We've had a number of people approach us about this issue and interest in the role that local land trusts and others can play in the Forest Legacy Program. And I guess what I think we welcome the conversation. Frankly, there have been folks on both sides of this issue. The Forest Legacy Program has worked well to keep forests and forestry, and we want to continue that. I think we'd welcome the conversation to sit down with you and explore this further.
Well, I look forward to that. You know, the analysis that I have is, and the testimonial I've received is that we can actually get more value out of this and allow this money to go further and to really get a fuller benefit in this. So thank you for your interest in that, and I'll work with my great chairman on that one as well. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield back.
Chairman yields back. Dr. Benechek, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here this afternoon. I want to follow up on a few questions that my colleagues, I know Dr. Abraham and Chairman Thompson mentioned as well, because they're concerned to me. I represent the northern half of Michigan. We have 3 federal forests. It's a big part of our economy, not only recreation, but the timber management. And some of the things receiving value for the resource of the forest, which you all are managing for the American people. And to me, this is a resource that provides income and jobs for the community. And I'd like to answer a couple of questions in response to Dr. Abraham's question. I think it was Dr. Abraham about the forest and then the salvage of the fire. So how many acres of timberland have burned in the last 10 years, and then how many of those acres have actually been treated for salvage?
Can't give you an answer to that question off the top of my head. I will say this year we burned 8.8 million acres. That's forest land and rangeland as well. The numbers are high. And, in some cases it makes sense to do salvage. In other places it's either too remote or otherwise to think about it.
Well, that would be a great answer to me to understand that a little bit better, because it seems to me that some of the things that came up today are related to this salvage issue. The other question I have is similar. To me, this fuel load is an issue, okay? And, how many acres have burned compared to how many acres that we've harvested in the last 5 years? What's the story there?
So, I think annually we're burning north of 7 million acres a year. In terms of treatments in the Forest Service, I looked to my left a little bit. I think we're in the neighborhood of 2.9 million acres somewhere.
Across all restoration, it's probably around 250,000 of mechanical treatment for timber sales.
So much more land is burned than has been harvested.
That's right.
Sounds like an order of magnitude. And to Mr. Thompson's question about getting more harvests into the forest, what have you done? I mean, what I hear from different people in your agencies and outside is that because of budgetary issues, they can't get more harvesting done. And because of the way that the cuts are mandated to be done, it actually costs the Forest Service more money than they make by selling trees. Now, I always thought it was impossible. When you sell trees, you make money. But apparently the Forest Service does not. And what have you done in the last 3 years to improve the process by which sales occur to maximize the resource of the American people? Because I don't want to see the process cost more money than the actual, when I'm a forest owner and people own land elsewhere that harvest the forest in a very satisfactory way, with third-party observations and all that, and they actually make money. But you folks can't seem to do that. So to me, it should be easy to harvest the trees because you're going to be making money at the same time. So can you go into that a little bit for me, please?
So I'll start off and then Mary can fill in. So we've increased the amount of timber harvest since 2008 by about 18%. Last year we harvested about 2.8 billion board feet. And we've clearly stated that we need to do more. We agree with you. There's more land to treat. In terms of new things that we've done, we've invested in larger scale landscape projects. We've done a project across 1 million acres in Arizona. I mentioned earlier the Rimfire project. So we're trying to.
Let me just comment on that right away. In that, in my district, it's difficult for the people that want to harvest to get into a deal because they can't make a deal for 10,000 acres. They need some smaller deals that the loggers can get into easier. So I applaud your effort there, but it's made it harder for people in my district to actually cut trees down in the federal forest because of maybe rules like you're talking about.
Well, so we can choose we can choose the sale. We can do smaller sales. I didn't mean to suggest we're only doing larger. Absolutely right. The other thing I'd say about value is there are clearly places where timber sales are going to pencil out in a positive way. I would also say that there are places where either because the markets aren't robust or we have small diameter timber that we have to go in and remove, that the economics aren't as good. There are.
Well, we're not talking about, everybody understands at least I understand the forest. I mean, you cut areas that you can make money in, but I think there's a lot of those areas in the forest that aren't being harvested now. So how can you improve that process going forward, and then how can I improve it?
So, agree with you that we need to do more work. As I had noted earlier, willing to have a conversation about are there authorities and things we can look at. We'll come back to the point that the most important thing, the biggest constraint on our ability to do work is a lack of capacity. And that lack of capacity comes from the shift of non-fire resources into fire. And if we don't do something about that problem, it's going to be harder for us to do all kinds of things, including forest management.
I think I'm out of time now.
Jim's time has expired. Chief Wagner, one final comment real quick. We need to get the other panel.
I might just add that timber harvest has increased despite the fact that our staff has decreased by 1/3 since 1998. We're finding a lot of efficiencies to sell a board foot of timber at reduced cost. So we found efficiencies internally. With our National Environmental Policy Act efficiencies, we've also, based on scale, collaboration, we have exciting ventures where we're using adaptive approaches with insects and disease, where we are forecasting the future 5 to 10 years out without having to do additional NEPA. Congress has also given us authority for the Collaborative Forest Landscape Restoration Program, 23 projects across the nation. They are accelerating the reduction of fire risk, improving forest health, eradicating noxious weeds, and producing board feet, creating jobs as well. So those are on track to meet their 10-year goals. And the authorities through the Farm Bill, Insect and Disease Authority, Good Neighbor Authority, and Permanent Stewardship Contracting Authority. So we've got a great set of tools, and we are making the most of the resources that we have.
I want to thank Secretary Bonney, thank you, Chief Weller, and Chief Wagner, thank you. I think you've also graciously agreed to meet with members privately in 1306 while we transition. So, again, thank you very much for coming here today. I know it's a hassle. We appreciate it. If y'all are going down to 1306, members who want to have a quick conversation with you individually will do that, and then we'll get the other panel in. So we stand in recess while we swap out the panels. Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and start. I want to welcome our third panel. The good news is Department of Labor's overtime rules don't go into effect until January. So I probably wouldn't apply to you guys anyway. And some of us are going to try to stop that anyway. So anyway, I want to welcome our third panel. Thank you very much for being here this afternoon. We have today with us the Honorable Catherine Wotecki, who is the Undersecretary for Research, Education, and Economics, USDA. Thank you for being here. We have Shavonda Jacob Young, who's the Administrator at the Agricultural Research Service. Thank you. Sunny Ramaswamy, who's the Director of National Institute of Food and Agriculture. Mary Bowman, who's the Administrator for Economic Research Service. And we have Renee Picanso. Okay. Sorry about that. Associate Administrator for the National Research or Agricultural Statistics Service. So thank you very much for being here today. Undersecretary, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman Conaway.
Microphone. You need to do the mic, ma'am. The mic?
Yes.
You'll need to pull it closer.
I know how to operate these things, yes.
We'll have to have you up here more often so you get better trained for this deal.
Chairman Conaway, distinguished members of the committee, it's really our honor to be testifying before you this afternoon about the Research, Education, and Economics mission area. As you noted, Mr. Chairman, I'm accompanied by the leaders of the 4 agencies within this mission area. And I request that our written testimony be entered into the record, and I'll briefly summarize that
Without
testimony.
objection.
The United States, as well as the world, is facing a food security challenge. Investments in research are a critical factor in our ability to provide the future generations with food and provide the additional services that will be demanded of agriculture. The REE mission area agencies conduct and sponsor research our country needs to keep our food supply safe, secure, and abundant, to ensure profitability to our farmers and ranchers, to improve nutrition and food safety for lifelong health, to reduce pollution related to agricultural practices, to safeguard natural resources, and to address our nation's energy needs. The 4 REE agencies play important and complementary roles in developing the scientific understanding to tackle these issues. ARS, with its network of 2,000 scientists at 90 different locations across the country, works to protect agriculture and transfer its research results to the marketplace. NIFA funds research at universities. It integrates research, education, and extension to ensure that groundbreaking discoveries go beyond the laboratory and make their way to farmers, ranchers, classrooms, and communities where Americans can put this knowledge into practice to improve their lives. ERS performs economic research and analysis to guide program and policy decisions throughout the department. And NAS conducts numerous surveys, as well as the Census of Agriculture, issues over 400 reports annually that provide accurate, timely, and useful official statistical data on national, state, as well as county levels about production, supply, price, and other aspects of U.S. agriculture. The land-grant universities are valued partners in all these research, education, and statistical activities. REE's work in the food and agricultural sciences is based on the premise that the federal government has a role in advancing scientific knowledge to promote our nation's social and economic well-being. REE does this by investing in areas in which for-profit industry does not invest. And a good example of this is fundamental science, or also called basic research. It also collaborates with the public sector, academia, and the private sector to amplify research outcomes and impacts. The 2014 Farm Bill has been very important to us. In it, Congress underscored its interest in developing public-private partnerships in the agricultural, research, education, and extension realm through 4 different initiatives. Matching funds provision that encourages prospective NIFA grantees to partner with land-grant universities. The facilitation of commodity promotion boards participating in NIFA's competitive grants program, incentivizing of research consortia to form centers of excellence and to apply for selected NIFA grants. And also, Congress created a new private not-for-profit foundation for food and agricultural research. In keeping with the administration's effort to break down silos, the REE agencies are actively encouraged to seek efficiencies, collaborate, and to form partnerships. And one example of this approach is the way that we've been addressing highly pathogenic avian influenza. ERS has been assessing the impacts of this disease on domestic and global poultry markets. NIFA has been supporting university researchers and extension education to develop new tools that help producers better prevent, control, and manage this year's outbreaks. And ARS scientists have been working in connection with FFAS not only to identify the specific strains involved, but also to develop a vaccine against the virus, as well as better detection technologies. Our written testimony provides additional examples. In closing, Mr. Chairman, despite the significant efforts by recent farm bills and the annual spending bills to restructure, reorganize, reauthorize, repeal outmoded provisions, agriculture science in the United States is really at a crossroads. It's no secret that the American research enterprise needs additional resources. Our written testimony makes reference to an ERS analysis indicating that a small increase each year in real terms, about a 1% increase in the research investment, would yield an 80% increase in agricultural productivity by the year 2050. So, Mr. Chairman, we thank you for the interest that this committee has in agricultural research, education, and economics, and my colleagues and I are eager to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Well, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. Again, appreciate you being here. Ms. Picanso, excuse me, the RMA and FSA collect a great deal of data as they do their work on the Title I programs as well as crop insurance. I mean, actual data reference to county level information. Can you talk to us about efforts at how you review the data that you collect, year in and year out? How have you morphed those or reduced those as a result of data that's collected elsewhere, so that you don't have duplication of efforts? Can you talk to us a bit about data collection and how you keep vetting your data to make sure you've got the most recent current data that you need?
Yes, sir. We collect data via surveys of farmers and ranchers and agricultural businesses, and we have over 400 reports we put out every year, so we are constantly collecting data on crops, livestock, prices, production, grain stocks, an assortment of things. A lot of the statistics that we do collect are in support of USDA programs such as FSA and RMA, and are widely used by them.
I understand that you collect, but right. Do you look at what you're collecting versus what the other agencies are already collecting, so that if RMA, example, is collecting all the necessary data collect for a county-wide information, do you need to also collect against that county, or could you use RMA data?
We do use RMA and FSA data as administrative data, but our surveys are as of the first of the month. In most cases, their survey data, or their data they collect from farmers, does not coincide with the timeline where we're required to produce estimates as of the first of the month. So even though we can use their data, we have to supplement with surveys of farmers and ranchers in order to get a statistically reliable estimate as of the first of the month.
Give me a sense of what you think. Your reports can move markets in the data that you're collecting, particularly those monthly reports that you're talking about. Can you talk to us a bit about your efforts to make sure you're using the very best information available as new techniques evolve, those kind of things, to make sure that whatever it is you report that potentially could move a market in the interim is based on as good information that you'd have?
Yes. We are constantly updating our statistical methodology to be sure we have the most up-to-date statistical models and methodology. We are constantly looking for ways to use more administrative data so we aren't burdening the farmers and ranchers as often as we have in the past. But with the increasing demand for data, we are asked to do more and more surveys, and we're also asked to do a lot of publications down to the local level, which means we have to increase sample sizes in order to get the data, which involves contacting more farmers. And as far as the volatility in the reports, our reports are as of the first of the month. We usually don't release the report until about the 10th. So sometimes between the 1st of the month and the 10th of the month, there may be a weather condition that occurs, and our estimate may be a little different than what the analysts are predicting, and that's usually when the markets either go up or down. We also release data in conjunction with the World Agricultural Outlook Board, which is international data. So sometimes when the reports are released, it isn't the U.S. data that's affecting the markets. A lot of times it's an international situation that can occur as well. We do track this, though, and how many times prices go up after a report and how many times prices go down and then how many times they stay the same. And it's usually about 45% of the time they go up and about 45% of the time they go down and about 10% of the time they stay the same. So it does even out over the course of time.
All right, thank you. Secretary, you mentioned a small increase in research would have a dramatic increase in overall production. Can you reduce that to dollars for me? Because you spend about, total over your agencies, about $2.5 billion each year. That's all in. That's not just research. That's everything. But what can you reduce it? Help me understand a magnitude of money that you're talking about.
Yeah, so the report that I'm referring to is an analysis that ERS has done that has shown that projecting out to mid-century, when the expected food demand is going to demand an increase in productivity not only in the United States but around the world, that a 1% real increase in the appropriation going to agricultural research will result in a productivity increase of about 80% over that period of time.
So there's a direct line between dollars spent and productivity increases?
Historically, that has been the case.
Okay, so it's just, okay.
And increasingly, in the United States in the past decades, our increases in agricultural productivity have come directly from scientific innovation, and our farmers know how to implement that. So it's essentially a combination of research, innovation, and education.
Yeah, it's not all at the federal level. There's a lot of private research done as well. Scientific dollars are spent as well, right?
That tends to be more commercialization of
the basic science.
Basic science that the private sector is doing.
Okay. Ms. Fudge, 5 minutes. You're the ranking Democrat on the committee today.
Yeah.
For this
Adams,
panel.
I think you said Fudge.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Adams. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, Ms. Adams.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you all very much for being here. My first question is to Dr. Ramaswamy. Is that the correct pronunciation? As many of you know, North Carolina A&T State University is my alma mater and one 1890 institution found in North Carolina and the 12th district that I represent. It's my understanding that NIFA is conducting an investigation into 1890 institutions not being able to offer the full level of matching funds needed to qualify for grants available through land grant institution and research programs. And I would appreciate it if you could provide or share any comments regarding the 1890 institutions not submitting the sufficient matching funds for these programs, if you would do that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for having us here, and Congresswoman Adams, thanks very much for the question. And as you know, you participated in this room right here, and thanks to the chair here for inviting our 1890s and the co-chair, Colin Peterson, as well, Congressman Peterson, to invite our 1890s institutions to come here and to highlight the wonderful work that's undertaken in the area of food and agriculture in those institutions, the 19 institutions across America. And indeed, to your point, some of the institutions are finding it difficult to have the state matches. So for every dollar that USDA provides, the National Institute of Food and Agriculture provides, there's a requirement that there is a dollar that is matched from other sources. And we say that these other sources, based on what Congress has told us, we say that these other sources are non-federal sources. So they could be from the state, they could be from the sale of commodities, they could be from donations given to the institution, etc., but not from tuition that is charged to students. So tuition dollars cannot be utilized for that match. So, and it turns out that a number of institutions, 1890s institutions, are not able to get their matches. And again, Congress has said that the Secretary is vested with the authority to do a waiver of up to 50%. So an institution can contact us and they can ask for a waiver of up to 50%. And there are 3 reasons under which we do provide the waiver. One of which is a natural disaster, such as a hurricane or a tornado or some such thing. Second is financial exigency at the state or at the institutional level. And the third is that they make an honest effort to find the resources to get the match. And we get these requests coming in from all the institutions, and we look at them, and if they've got, if they're meeting these, at least one of those criteria, we'll go ahead and provide a waiver of 50%. So if they come in with 50 cents, in quotes, we provide $1 of federal dollars. If they come in with less than 50 cents, let's say they come in only with 40 cents, then we only provide 90 cents, and the remaining 10 cents is available to be provided to other institutions, providing they can come up with a match as well. So that's the sort of the situation that we're in. A number of institutions do come in with waivers, and what we've done now is we've got staff that is going to be investigating the situation in the 18 states where we have the 19 institutions, and not just the 1890s institutions. We're also going to look at the 1862 institutions as well, because we want to know the entire construct as to how these land-grant universities are dealing with the matching requirement that we've got. And we hope to undertake that analysis in the next 2 to 3 months or so. The data gathered, and there's an analysis done, and then we'll develop a report, then go through the clearance process within USDA and make that available. And in that final report that we provide, we'll also, depending on what we learn, make some recommendations as a path forward.
Okay, let me quickly ask another question. Thank you for your answer. What grant opportunities are forthcoming related to supporting small-scale minority or women producers?
Yeah, there's a number of funding opportunities that will be coming here with the start of the new fiscal year, and we hope that this body here and the rest of Congress will indeed provide us the funding necessary. And we do have several funding opportunities for women and minority farmers and small farmers as well that are part of the opportunities we provide. And if you wish, I can send you separately a listing of the ones that we've done in the previous year.
Yes, sir. I would appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm out of time.
Okay. Thanks, Ms. Adams. Your lady's time has expired. Mr. Crawford, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is in general to whoever might want to respond to this. A lot of our growers obviously rely on USDA estimates of commodity supply and demand for market information and outlook. What role does ERS play in the development of the monthly WASDE reports, and how is that involvement distinct from the efforts of other services of USDA?
So the Economic Research Service has long played an important role in USDA's Commodity Outlook Program. It's over 50 years at this point. And our expertise is to bring in the economic knowledge. We are all economists, how the markets work. We also have research behind the economists who participate in these committees. And we have data systems that are used to produce supply, demand, and utilization tables. So we are some of the sort of intellectual horsepower behind the committees and draws on our infrastructure. After the WASDE report comes out every month, ERS produces newsletters for the major commodities that show the reasoning behind the WASDE estimates, and this is a unique contribution. Final element that we produce is the periodic reports such as on China's cotton stocks, U.S. trade with Cuba, or the implications of lower energy prices for the farm sector, which document the modeling and economic logic behind the WASDE reports. Another contribution ERS makes is leading USDA's 10-year agricultural baseline. We really drive that process in collaboration with the Office of the Chief Economist.
Okay.
We're committed to continuing excellence in this area.
Appreciate that. I've heard a lot of complaints from growers back home that the recent WASDE report had a huge impact on the price of soybeans in particular. Apparently, Arkansas average yield forecasts are published at a much higher rate than anyone's even capable of at this point, so considerably higher than record yields. Can you walk me through what controls you might have in place to ensure accuracy? Because there seems to be a huge difference of opinion on what our producers back home are telling us that they are expecting versus what was published.
Well, ERS analysts bring to the table, along with analysts from the Farm Service Agency, from NASS, from the World Board itself, a process where they have data from the past, they have the NASS statistics that are about to be released, and they also have expertise from talking to other people in the industry. So they bring the best knowledge to produce these forecasts. They regularly go back and check about the accuracy of their forecasts, the ones that are predicting, how do they do when the market clears in the future, and so I think there's a robust system of checks and balances, but I'll turn to my NASS colleague because they're a big part of the process.
Yes, in addition to getting yield data from producers on surveys, we also go out into the fields and we actually do objective measurements, and the objective measurements on the crops are combined with the producer yields and put into models, and that's how we come up with our forecasts.
Okay. I don't mean to cut you off, but I just have been kind of trying to be up to speed on my data here, and the University of Arkansas Cooperative Extension Service, which most states rely pretty heavily on their land grant institutions, cooperative extension services, and those economists. And our economists at the University of Arkansas said USDA's report was extremely bullish, and we're basing that on a pretty big increase year over year that the farmers in our district don't think they're capable of meeting that level. And so let me move on to the next thing. Again, we've heard these repeated concerns from growers and industry about the accuracy of these crop progress reports and the impact that those reports can have on the market prices, particularly for corn and soybeans. Can you talk about the methodology that helps you get there, and throughout the growing season, what efforts NASS has undertaken to review its methodologies for yield estimates, and what changes, if any, you think need to be made?
I'm not aware of any changes that need to be made, but we do use methodology, like I said before, with our models. We actually do get out into the field once the crop starts producing fruit, and we do measurements. We take weights of the fruit, and that combined with what the producers are telling us is how we get our yields that are published every month. And as the season goes on, the data we get on the objective measurements become more accurate, because sometimes, depending on the maturity of the crop, if we go out September 1, October 1, some years the crop is more mature than others, and the more mature the crop is, the more reliable our actual counts of the objective measurements are. So in years where the crop matures a little early, we tend to do better on the yield forecast. But we do have a publication that comes out every year that compares all of our forecasted yields to the final yield. So it does show the accuracy. It is available on our website. We also host dozens of people each month into our actual Ag Statistics Board process, where they go through and see how all of the yields and acreage and production are actually developed. And it's really a pretty impressive process with all of our statisticians. And if you sit down and go through the process, you'll realize that we are using sophisticated models to come up with the data. Some people think we're just guessing, or maybe we're just basing it on a handful of reports, but we do get 75 to 80% response on our surveys, as well as our objective yield to complement it, and we do use some satellite data towards the end of the growing season as well.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time expired. Mr. Scott, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Ramaswamy, how are you? It's been a while. With regard to ag research, we talk a lot about research, but would you speak to the value of extension along with the research?
Indeed, Congressman Scott, and good to see you again, sir, after several months now. And Cooperative Extension Service, which we celebrated the 100th anniversary, as you know, last year, and you hosted a hearing for that particular event as well, is the very American approach to translating knowledge into innovations and solutions to address problems people are facing. And this is the only country on earth that does it this way, the connectivity between the research discovery enterprise and the translational enterprise, and then to deliver it to the end users. No other country has been able to do anything like it. And I truly believe that our nation's preeminence, global preeminence, is in large measure that ability to translate knowledge and to deliver it to the end users. And we have a history of it over the last 100 years. And I think, when we look at the situation now and as we project out, as we go forward as well, I think we need this sort of ability to translate and to deliver that knowledge more so today than we've ever needed it before, in part because of the burgeoning population pressures that we've got, in part because our ability to ensure food security, nutritional security specifically, in the context of diminishing land and water resources, changing incomes and diets, et cetera, it's driving the need to come up with better, more efficient ways to produce food and to get it to where it's needed and to address those problems as well. So I think extension is absolutely a must if we're to be able to achieve what we need to achieve.
Things seem to change faster now than they have in the past with regard to chemicals and pests and other things, and certainly there's a tremendous amount of information, and there's even more misinformation out there, and so that extension aspect along with the research is something that I don't think we talk about extension enough, but
indeed.
But thank you for that. One other question I have: the 1890s land grant universities. There are reports that they have not been receiving as much funding as some of the other universities. What suggestions do you or anybody else on the panel have for us in correcting that, so that the 1890s universities receive the funding?
Indeed. We do have a situation where the 1890s institutions are not being able to meet the matching requirement that we have, the dollar-for-dollar matching requirement that we have, and they ask for a waiver from us, a 50% waiver, and based on 3 criteria: natural disasters, financial exigency, or that they are making a commitment to find the resources, then we give them a waiver, and we have developed that path forward. And it is a challenging situation for them. So what we've embarked on right now is to undertake a complete detailed data gathering and analysis in all 18 states for the 1890s institutions and their 1862 counterparts. So we don't want to just go and find out what's the situation with the 1890s. We need to know what's happening in the 1862s, use that to develop a path forward.
So I'm down to 1 minute. I want to follow up on that if I can. So if I understand you, that a 50% waiver was granted.
Yep.
So is that in the difference in what they, the 50% is the difference in what they would have gotten had it been matched and what they did get?
Indeed.
Okay.
So for every dollar, they're only able to come up with 50 cents.
Right.
That means they're short 50 cents.
Right.
And that prevents them from, deploying the kind of resource that they need, deploying the kind of extension they need, et cetera.
I'm interested in suggestions on how we resolve that. That's something that Fort Valley State is actually, it's just outside of my district, but something that's important to a lot of the people that are in my district.
Indeed.
As well.
I met with the Congressional Black Caucus staffers and other staffers as well and shared with them this process that we have just embarked on, and we hope to get it completed and come up with an analysis and a path forward on how we might address this. So,
would it be possible with my 70s to grant them an absolute waiver instead of the 50% waiver?
No, sir, you wouldn't allow us to do that. Congress does not allow us to do it.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Good to see you again, and thank you for your work.
Indeed. Thanks so much.
Joe and Yale, just following up Dr. Ramaswamy, how many federal dollars are not claimed as a result of lack of match?
We believe approximately about, for every dollar that we send, if they don't. So
the question is, understand that the state or private sector has to come up with their share, but of the federal dollars available to be matched against, how many of those federal dollars are not matched?
I'll have to get back to you on that
Okay.
with a specific answer, Congressman Conaway, because I can tell you approximately what the numbers are, but I want to get back to you specifically with the numbers.
All right, there are some federal dollars that aren't claimed?
Yep.
Okay, that would be the problem.
Absolutely.
Is you want to make sure that whatever federal dollars we do have available to them, that gets claimed, and then the private sector or states have got to come up with their share. Okay.
Sure.
Mr. Allen, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being with us today. In looking through the opening comments, I was interested, obviously, in the return, the 80% return on the invested dollars as far as the, and also you mentioned to ensure farm profitability. As you probably know, the farmers are going to be going through a difficult time this year with relative to commodity prices. And corn's down. I mean, everything's down. I would appreciate whatever you would have to say as far as what research we need to do to figure out this problem.
Well, thank you, Congressman, for asking about the return on investment as well as what are the implications for farmers today, because I know that's constantly top of mind. There have been a variety of studies that have been done over the years about, well, what is this investment in ag research actually returning to the economy? And a recent analysis by Dr. Phil Pardee at the University of Minnesota has taken all of these studies together and reanalyzed them to look at what is the annualized rate of return on the research investment in agriculture science. And this recent analysis indicates that return on the investment is about 10%, which is pretty good. And it's also similar to returns on investment from other areas of science. Agriculture tends to have more historical data associated with our scientific investment, so there's been quite a bit of this type of economic analysis done. To your question about what does that mean for the farmer today, it means a lot of different things. Agriculture is so diverse in this country. So I was week before last in Salinas, California, and met with a group of lettuce and leafy green farmers, and they're really worried about water issues, and they're also constantly battling new diseases that have emerged. And from research that ARS has done over the years, just over this past year, They've introduced about a dozen new lettuce varieties that are resistant to downy mildew, a big problem in the lettuce industry. For the citrus industry, they've introduced a new rootstock that's resistant to the citrus greening disease. We've also, through the investment that we've just been talking about, that NIFA makes to the land-grant universities, provide funding that supports cooperative extension that allows these wonderful research universities to be able to prepare and actually provide to farmers a synthesis of what we know about the problem that they themselves are facing. So there's a variety of different ways that farmers are getting a real return on investment right now.
Well, I mean, we're growing lettuce in Burke County, in Georgia, South Georgia, so I know a little bit about, diversity. We're getting more diverse in our farming in our districts. In our yield per acre, I mean, everything we're extremely productive, but it seems like the marketplace or the commodity price or the investment side is not cooperating. From the standpoint, we have this incredible ability to produce this great cotton, this great corn, and everything else, but then again, from the world standpoint, when we go out and price this in the market, we're getting killed. So, and you say that you got public-private businesses working together, and you collaborate, and you get a lot of information and that sort of thing. I mean, the bottom line is, it's great to produce, but then you got to get something for what you're producing. Have y'all done any research on that? I mean, as far as how can we? I mean, I think we're much more productive than the world in our agriculture, but for whatever reason, that's got to relate to the bottom line.
Well, I think we agree with you that American agriculture is enormously productive, and we are, remember, the research arm of the department. We do have in the statistical agencies, NASS and ERS, the capability for generating the kind of information that will provide a lot of insights into markets, and that also are very useful to you in making policy decisions. So, there are, through the Economic Research Service in particular, a variety of different studies that shed some light on these questions of U.S. competitiveness in the marketplace, and I would commend those to you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Rouser, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Jacobs-Young, I think my question would be most appropriate, probably directed to you, although any of you that might have some insight, feel free to share. I'm interested in avian influenza in southeastern part of the country. Obviously, we're bracing for that potential possibility this fall as the birds migrate south. Can you tell us where we are in terms of development of a vaccine or vaccines that are available, what you're hearing from other countries as it relates to that, or any interaction that you're having with other government agencies as it relates to this issue?
So thank you for that question. Absolutely. Right away when we had the issues in the Midwest with avian influenza, ARS partnered with FFAS and began to redirect our scientists to help them, first of all, determine what we're dealing with, what type of strains we're dealing with. We developed a diagnostic test, and then we began right away on work on a vaccine to address the two strains that we've been facing. And so ARS has developed a vaccine, and we are now working with the department as they determine the potentials for commercializations of that vaccine, which addresses the two strains that we experienced this year.
How much of that vaccine has been produced? Is production of it an issue at all in terms of quantity of birds that might be affected?
It has not been transferred to a commercial partner as of yet for production, and so that's part of the negotiation. As my colleague just said, we're the research side. We've developed the science, and so we work with our partners to negotiate the commercialization.
I guess I'm curious just how much vaccine would be needed. And that's really my question. That's just a question I'm curious about, if anybody knows.
We do not at this time, but we can certainly submit some information for the record on what we think would be the approximate need for the country.
Switching gears, Madam Undersecretary, I'm a big picture guy, and it was mentioned earlier in the hearing that we'll have a population of 9.6 billion by the year 2050. It's hard to believe it's already the year 2015. And according to my little Google search here, we got 7.3 billion people in the world today. Of course, by 2050, in addition to a couple billion more, there'll be a lot less land to produce our food and fiber on. What's our long-term strategy? What do we need to be doing now in terms of the basics and as it relates to our research infrastructure and everything else to meet that demand?
Well, I think we need to take a two-pronged approach towards our research activities to really be able to face that demand for food and for, as I've mentioned in the testimony, all of the other services that are going to be demanded of agriculture. Clean water, contributing to the bioeconomy, and beyond that being sustainable into all of the future generations to come after that. So the two-pronged approach is, first of all, to focus on agricultural productivity and to do the kind of fundamental research that's going to provide us with insights into how we can increase productivity given less inputs, less land, less water, perhaps less fertilizer, and to be able to produce a wide variety of health-promoting foods with that type of input. The second prong is to focus on agricultural systems at the landscape level, and how can we be promoting the long-term thinking as well as the adaptations that our rural communities are going to have to make to support these systems of integrated livestock and crop production that will be long-term sustainable. So we're approaching the research towards increasing productivity by following those two pathways. If you look at the way that we have structured our research priorities, they reflect that. So that's very briefly how we're looking to structure our agricultural research program to meet all of those demands.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see my time has expired.
Chairman's time has expired. Mr. Abraham, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank the panel for being here. Ms. Jacobs, let's go back to the avian influenza vaccine. I'm from northeast Louisiana. We have a large poultry farms in that area, and we are in the season where ducks and geese are migrating down as we speak. You said ARS and FFAS, you've identified the two strains, got the vaccine spooling up. Your best guess, best estimate as to when it will be turned over to commercial buyers that will make this vaccine, and what are the hurdles preventing that now? Why isn't that vaccine already being produced commercially? Because going to Mr. Roser's pointing on his question, we're going to need hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of doses of this vaccine.
Right. So thank you for the question. So, sir, what I do know is that we're currently in negotiations to identify a commercial partner.
What's holding? I mean, do you expect that to happen pretty quickly? I mean, time's running out on this year.
That's a good question. I know that they're in conversations, and I know that the urgency is very much appreciated. Right now, we're all very concerned about being prepared. And so with the temperatures, and I understand that there's some conditions right now that we have some window to work with a commercial partner to be prepared. But the best I could do is get some information for the record to get back to you. We're working with APHIS, and so that they're our partner in this.
Are there certain commercial entities that are better spooled up, better to facilitate making this vaccine? Is that under part of the negotiation as to who can do it the fastest, the best?
Well, the idea for when we develop a vaccines in ARS is typically we try to develop vaccines that can be retrofitted into existing pharmaceutical vaccine type production processes. And so we've done the same thing in this case. At this point, the best answer I can give you is I can give you some information for the record. We're the science agency, we do not do the negotiations with the commercial partner.
Okay, well, let me switch gears a little bit, but I'll stay with you. Where does ARS, give me an update on y'all's relationship at Mark.
Okay, fantastic.
How's that doing?
So ARS has really had an opportunity to strengthen the infrastructure for our animal research inside the agency. Should I talk a little bit about the panel review, the external panel review? So we've had an external panel review at Mark. We've had that report. It's been published and shared with many members of the Hill. In that report, they found no evidence of animal abuse and made some recommendations on things that we could strengthen at Mark, and we've taken those recommendations and we've implemented each one of them.
The voluntary reporting to the Institutional Animal Center, right?
So their report did not recommend voluntary reporting to the Animal Welfare Act, but we are working with APHIS to voluntarily have an inspection register each one of our animal research locations. And we've already started a pilot program. APHIS has already inspected, I believe, 2 of our locations. And so we're working with APHIS to determine how this would be implemented. They do this with the National Zoo, and there are other federal properties that they partner with. And so we're working with them to register each one of our locations. But we identified an animal care ombudsman here at headquarters so that if anyone had any concerns about animal welfare, that they could contact that individual anonymously, confidentially. We hired an officer, an animal care and use officer for ARS. What the panel found is that we had adequate policies and procedures. There just wasn't one person that had the responsibility to ensure that they were being followed across this huge decentralized agency. And now we have that person in place. We have implemented formal training for all of our employees involved in animal research and some of our administrators, so I'll be completing the training. The first phase really focused on the IACUC members, and so those IACUC members have been trained. And we have also updated our policies and procedures and our memorandum of understanding with the University of Nebraska, because we have, if you may remember, that location has 50% ARS employees and 50% University of Nebraska employees. And so we've clarified some things and really cleaned up our partnership with Nebraska in terms of this brand new MOU. So there's been a lot of work underway. That panel went on to review some of our other locations. So they had an opportunity to review 4 other locations, including several in Georgia, down in our Athens location. Once again, that panel came back saying that they found no evidence of animal abuse and that they were impressed with our care of our animals. And so we're awaiting the OIG investigation and expecting an interim report very soon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Jim yields back. Mr. Yoho, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate everybody being here this late afternoon. Dr. Wotecki, you were saying that the funds research to take these advancements in the research you're doing to the consumer, to the farmers, to increase production, I'm adding this, decrease chemical usage, conserve resources, feed millions here at home and around the world. I mean, that's what we're doing with our research. And you're a researcher, Dr. Ramaswamy, your research, and Dr. Jacobs-Young, you research. Dr. Bowman, do you do research also? And Ms. Picanza, is that correct?
Yes.
That's good. Do you do any research?
We do.
You analyze the research.
We have a small research.
Okay. Well, first, I come from the great state of Florida, and you're well aware of citrus screening, and I appreciate you bringing that up. And I know you have 7 initiatives that you're working with, and I just want to thank you from our state My Governor Scott, Rick Scott, he wants to thank you, Commissioner Adam Putnam, and our producers for what you have done. My question is this. The USDA funds and conducts researches at our land-grant universities and other places that produces extremely important research for the advancement of agriculture, veterinary science, and it winds up feeding people around the world, and the advancement of medicine. But yet, we get researchers that call us. I can't tell you how many times they call us, and they're getting hammered because of FOIA. In fact, I've got a letter right here from a doctor, and I won't mention his name, but he says, I'm one of 43 scientists that have been attacked using public records law. We are forced to surrender our emails in the name of transparency. However, our own words are distorted, twisted, and our reputations harmed when we did nothing wrong. Now I have been FOIA'd by so-and-so. And he goes on to say, should we allow activists and pseudo-celebrities to have access to our records with the sole purpose of causing reputation harm for an agenda based on personal views, beliefs, or hyperboles, and the pseudoscience versus the science that you are supporting and the American taxpayers are funding? What's your thoughts on that? And what can we do? Because we have these researchers doing all this work, but they're not going to come out and talk about it. In citrus greening, one of the things on the table is a genetically modified orange. And 10 years ago, there was a genetically modified papaya that has the ring spot virus, and it got rid of it 10 years ago. EPA has released it, but nobody has the political will to say it's okay. But yet we're funding this kind of research. And why are we funding this kind of research if we don't have the political clout and the research of you guys standing up? So I want to hear your thoughts on that, please.
Well, I have been following the recent controversies that have involved some of the faculty at the University of Florida. Was visiting last week with the Dean of Agriculture at Iowa State University. Some of their faculty have also been FOIA'd. And quite frankly, it's a situation that we in the government research agencies also face all of the time with frequent FOIA requests.
What I would request from you is to come up and help us come up with a policy where we need to protect it. We had an 18-year-old student from one of our universities. Her name got put out there, her address and all that. And, I can just see it squelching the research, and the scientists won't back up to advance this. So go ahead, I cut you off, I'm sorry.
Well, what I was going to go on to say is that we do live in a very open society, and one of the premises of our government is transparency. So the open access laws at the state level and the federal level are now being used in some ways that perhaps make us uncomfortable and also make it difficult for us to respond. But I do believe that one of the best ways for the scientific community to operate in this kind of environment is to continue to be open about our science, to participate and have activities like cooperative extension that can provide the kind of messaging off of the science to the general public about what this investment is actually bringing to them.
And that's the thing we need to do. And if you could come out, and when you see these attacks, just come out with a response from the USDA saying, no, this is the facts behind the science, and the science is good, and it benefits all. I appreciate your time, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Jim yields back. Mr. Thompson, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks to all the members of this panel. There's probably two words that define agriculture today, and it's science and technology. And so I really appreciate the research, evidence-based research, the information, the data. That's the other thing. We need good data. If you don't have good data, I see that all too often here in Washington. We're making decisions based on myth or emotion, and the research and the data that's provided. So my question for you, and I've struggled with this my first term, I saw a number of different research projects that the taxpayers funded, but it seemed like they didn't go anywhere. You know, they may have gotten great outcomes, but they sat on the shelf, and it seemed like it maybe contributed towards tenure. But you know, the mindset was, and I get it, especially our university-based research at times, you know, it's once you do a great research study, it's time to do the next one. And so what are we doing in terms of assuring that that we take you know, what I think are some pretty exciting outcomes and findings from much of the research that taxpayers pay for? How do we make sure that's being commercialized, that the outcomes are actually going for the public good? And how can we improve that? Because I actually believe that whatever we're doing now, we can raise the bar on that and improve it.
Well, that has also been a particular interest of ours, to increase the commercialization of research findings, results, products of our research. And also to use a lot of the research that's done to inform the program and the policy decisions that other parts of the department are making. So, you know, the research can also find many applications in improving the decisions that Food Safety Inspection Service or FFAS makes as well. But on the commercialization side, we've talked a little bit already about ARS. They do have an Office of Technology Transfer that actively seeks to patent and then license the research that ARS is doing. And they are also working to develop a more entrepreneurial, skilled scientific workforce within ARS. NIFA, in the work that it supports at universities, has also been very much promoting the idea that universities should be trying to commercialize the results of the research investment that the agency makes. And I know both Dr. Ramaswamy and Dr. Jacobs-Young can give you some specific examples of programmatic activities they have underway.
Great.
Yeah, so just some quick examples, things that I think could resonate with each of you, especially if you have children and you spend some time at McDonald's. If you've noticed that now the Happy Meal comes with fresh apples. That technology was developed by ARS that permits children to enjoy those fresh apples, and they're not brown and they still taste crispy. I've had them a couple of times myself. DEET, Lactaid, mashed potatoes, the flake potatoes, the ability to have frozen foods in your grocery stores. All of those technologies began at ARS. So part of our entire mission is to deliver the innovation. And so the Office of Technology Transfer, as Dr. Woteki said, is critical. On last year alone, we filed 110 patent applications. We had 28 licenses executed. So it's just a part of who we are. We don't patent to patent, so some people say, why don't you have more? We only patent when it's necessary to disseminate the information and get it out there. We released 348 new varieties of plants last year. So the entire goal is to deliver it. And so I think we have a few things to show for the work.
And if I might add, Congressman Thompson, indeed, you know, the production practices that we follow today, for example, no-till, is the result of the research that was undertaken in this country, or the development of value-added products from whether it's corn or sugarcane or cotton or whatever else we've got. Those are the result of the research undertaken by ARS and land-grant university scientists with the funding that we provided. And water use, for example, just is an existential threat, as I like to say. And already the work that's been done at multiple land-grant universities and ARS labs has resulted in billions of gallons of water being saved right now. So there's a whole bunch of examples that we could send you about the outcomes that are happening that actually are very impactful right now.
Very good. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chairman.
Well, thanks, panel. Dr. Ramaswamy, you had a clarifying comment on the claiming of federal dollars with respect to the matches.
Indeed, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for that opportunity. Yeah, so if an institution submits to us the waiver and it is less than the 50% waiver, so if it's less than 50% waiver, it's 50% waiver, they get the dollar from us. So there's no loss of those federal dollars. But if they're asking for less than 50 cents, or pardon me, they come in with the less than 50 cents, let's say it's 40 cents, we only give them 90 cents, but there's remaining 10 cents. We make that available to other institutions that can come up with that match as well.
Still within the 1890 school group?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Only within the 1890s. And we try to make sure that we don't return these things to Treasury.
Right. Looking forward to your study that would include both sets of land-grant schools and the impact there, because I do think it's important, Dr. Witecki, as we look at ways to increase that small little piece of research you're talking about, that we're able to match up those federal dollars at 100% from the private sector, the states, whatever, that they recognize that they're getting a big bang for their buck. Your panel, this panel in particular, is a great example of why we should have been doing this more often, and the opportunity for you to share with us the great things that you're doing. Probably ought to reverse the role next time. We'll bring you guys in first and save Farm Service Agency for dead last. But it is. I want to particularly recognize my members who are here today. Today is a day we would normally be home in our districts, working with folks and doing all that kind of stuff. And so the folks who came in today a day early, we'll have a group in the morning that'll be here. They actually come in a half a day early. But I want to recognize the members who showed up today to be a part of this. And so, but thank you, the panel, for your staying all afternoon or being here. I know it was logistically a bit of a challenge to get everybody up and down the street, and I want to thank you for that effort and the preparation that you did coming in here this afternoon. I think all of our members will leave, particularly this panel today, better informed as to what you're doing and why you're doing it. And I, for one, and I think I speak on behalf of the others on the committee, I want to thank you and let you know how much we appreciate the work that you do day in and day out to improve production agriculture across the spectrum. So I'd like to thank our witnesses. Remind everybody we'll pick up on part 2 of our hearing tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. when we'll hear from the representative of the remaining 4 missionaries of USDA. Under the rules of committee, the record of today's hearing will remain open for 10 calendar days to receive additional material, supplementary written responses from the witnesses to any questions posed by a member. This hearing of the Committee on Agriculture is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.